Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. While we wait for the first submissions to come in, we're going to play something that was a recent upload from this week. It's the first level from Nabuz in quite a few months. That's always an event to look forward to, so let's take a look at Icebreaker. So how about that weather we're having, huh? Okay, so this block here must be giving you some kind of preview of what's going on. No, that's just a reset because of the Goomba hat, so you don't get locked out if you decide to take a hit and jump back. You grab the Goomba hat. Looks like the collision priority of the Goomba hat is going to basically give you an invincible state when you also collide with the icicle. Okay, great. And then you still have to be in the invincible state at that point. You have to be fairly quick, so you don't get bopped by the icicle. Either that or you drop an icicle and then go back for it. I'm looking at the shade of the icicle here and it doesn't look droppable, so I think, yeah, you actually need to jump towards it from the side, not from the bottom. That's specifically what it's teaching you, that you do need to hit the top tile, follow the coins and hit the top tile, otherwise you don't get the collision priority on the Goomba hat hitbox. Really interesting idea with the Goomba hat, which, as I often say, is the best item in the game. And still, this is a new idea with it that I hadn't seen in exactly this form. I've seen a couple of damage boost ideas with it, of course, but not this kind of collision specifically. Whoops, I'm leaving that jump just a little bit early. I was looking ahead already to the wall jump up ahead. Which looks like it might be a bit high. I don't know if it's going to be a bit back and forth on the icicles. Oh, wall jump on the left side. Wall jump on the left side, get on top of the icicles so you can wall jump on the right side, I think. Okay. Actually, I'm not sure about that. Now that I look at it. I feel like there's going to be a bit of back and forth either way. But the question is which way. We'll have to determine that in just a moment because, yeah, it should be this way first, I think. And then you suspend yourself over here while that drops. Good. Whoops. I'm pretty sure I do need to take that across. We just spent too long onto spikes without getting onto spring the way we should have. We could throw it into position instead of grabbing it, which I intended to do, but, you know, control problems do happen. And then, of course, I just can't lose so much momentum going into that particular jump. Nice touch here too, arming everything in the off state to match the blue color scheme. Very important artistic touch to make this work. Whoops. Squink, welcome. Yeah, queue is empty right now, so after I'm finished with this warm-up level, we'll probably spend plenty of time on one of yours. I don't mind returning to the Jeopardy one, not that we've practiced double shell jumps in any capacity, but I don't mind seeing a new one either. It doesn't really matter. We'll hopefully have plenty of time. Yeah, we usually don't have the first submission in the queue this late. I think a lot of the regulars are otherwise indisposed today. Whoops. You re-uploaded that one to fix music and some other stuff. Looking forward to seeing that. Yeah, certainly don't mind giving that a go again, even if we crash on a lot of the same obstacles. Okay, let's toss. Oh, that was a bit of a close shave over there. Pretty similar overall, yeah. Doesn't hurt to give it a polish pass, of course. And then, yeah, it's going to be an on-off switch that is triggered by the spiny drop. Or is it? Wait. Oh, I see, yeah. This is a really interesting idea. That is with the icicle drop. When you break the icicle, rather, then it releases the blaster. And that's what activates the switch to the spiny. It's very responsive. And of course we need to drop back on safely. I'm still reading this section for the first time. Yeah, we should actually... Maybe even ground pound if it's not too much of a delay. I don't think the delay matters. We don't really need invincibility at that point, do we? Or... well, we'll find out. No, we do need to get through somewhat quickly, and then we slide through, of course, but we just need a better long jump going into that part. And then some nice momentum play over here. Slide, whoops, no. Should have held into that. And down. Nope. Yeah, I'm just not holding jump into the bounce pad early enough. So we're missing the high bounce on that completely. That can be fixed, of course. And then... long jump over here. Fall in. Fall in a little bit better than that. The thing is, we have invincibility frame, so it's okay if I hit some of the icicles to readjust. But we'll get there. And resolve that as we go. Bullet takes that through. Very nice finish on that section. And then this switches gears over to using the bullets to break the icicles, because after all, the name of this course is Icebreaker. And yeah, that is indeed a checkpoint flag. Nice animation on the Isherwood checkpoint flag now that I look at it. I don't think I'd actually seen that one before. We obviously do have to break the icicle in order to have the platform give us the pipe entry. And we should probably hold back into the wall jumper as well. No, let's take a look. Yeah, with a bit of a sooner bounce on that. The second time to get up to the propeller. And after we grab the propeller, we'll see. So, from the initial Goomba idea, this has turned into a little bit of a hat fest. So yeah, it's a wall jump and then a second bounce on the snowball. And that will give us plenty to work with. Whoops. I keep forgetting to do it soon enough. Let's work on the accuracy there too. Speaking of accuracy, yeah, I mean, we just need to wall jump into it. That's alright, that's why we do a warm-up. Yeah, wall jump back to it. We did it right so many times. Sometimes you just need to get attempts like that out of your system. Then it's going to be swinging around over here. And yeah, the third boost will be enough, because after that, it looks like we'll have a wall jump over to a bullet head anyway. So you are supposed to use 3 boosts. A little bit of flexibility here for some error correction. Break this. That was not ideal. We needed either the second propeller or the third one to take us over to blue block, and of course we just missed the floating propeller head when I should have picked it up. We picked it up a little bit out of position, and that did make all the difference. Whoops. Trying to pull back into the wall jump, and we were late. Oh, whoops. No, hang on. That's alright. Most of these things are pretty fixable. Everything is well within reach. Whoops. Okay, let's push through over here. And down. Now, can we make it over this guy? Yes, we can. And then we have to curve around to hit the icicle with the third propeller boost and then wall jump off of the red blocks. I do see the path. We were just a little out of position with the propeller usage once again, because the initial boost, I think, wasn't quite ideal. Nope, once again, just pulling back late on the wall jump. Bang, welcome. Hope you've been doing well, as always. We're just doing a little bit of a warm-up here, which is ironic because this is, after all, an ice level. Oh, there we go. Didn't exactly go for the flag. Interestingly enough, the top of the flagpole is disguised by an icicle, which means that you would have to have the capacity to take one additional hit in order to reach the top of the flagpole. If there is a way to do it, and given Naboo's usual design, I assume there is, then we didn't see it. We have to be much better with the propeller, potentially going under with the propeller, maybe. If that makes any sense. I don't know. There's probably a way, but we haven't seen it. Thank you for the GGs. Let's get into the queue. I also finally turned off the validation on Warped World because it is very broken. So Dinkity Dingus, welcome. The thing about not having the validation, though, is that it's no longer reporting the names of the courses or makers that you are submitting to me, so unfortunately I can't really acknowledge that like I used to. Wall jump and wall jump to reach the top. Yeah, but Meng, the top is under an icicle, right? So unless it's a droppable icicle that you have to get out of the way first, which might be the case, because we didn't stay there long enough to see it, it looked like you would need to take a hit. But maybe it is one of the droppable icicles and we just didn't see it. Okay, so it'll be Squink first, and then Diggity Dingus. There's a Goomba mask on the icicle. I completely didn't see it, even though that's the central concept of the level. Well, I guess we'll just have to do it again some other day. Okay, so this is version 2 of Jeopardy music level. We spent about an hour on this last week, and I got to the last jump, which is a double shell jump, which I would need to reach many times, I think, before I have enough practice to pass successfully, but we are going to take a look at the revision. I don't know if I'll spend as long as I did last week, but because there's no checkpoint kicking us out, we can always work on this in multiple segments if the queue gets a bit busy. All questions must be answered in the form of a shell jump. Yes, they must. Meng, thank you for the submission. Wait, oh no, you hit the on-off switch. Yeah, this was new. I had muscle memory from last week still baked in. Okay. Well, this is actually not a bad start, considering. But yeah, I guess it does tighten up the timing a little bit on the Bowser delay without making it feel like quite as much of a delay. It is still possible, but at least the level is kind of suggesting that you should probably not mess with Bowser too much. This may be going to introduce a slight variance in my timing, but we'll see. Just need to clean things up and make the early part of the level consistent, and as you see, yeah, we should just do a straight up jump for the on-off switch. That will solve things. Whoops. As long as we fall into that accurately. I did eventually get into a pattern of falling into that accurately last week. I just need to rediscover how to do it. Yeah, there you go, exactly. I don't know if you expected me to run into Bowser quite that quickly, but we did, so. And now we need to fix my muscle memory for this first jump, because we absolutely had it down with practice. We need to hold right into it, that was the main issue. And I figured that out last week too, that if I just hold right into the first jump, the bounces line up just fine. Probably true of the second bounce too, in fact. Despite my tendency to try to hit the on-off switches dead center when it's just being generous. Okay. Nope, it's coming in a bit low. Under release. Well, we'll fix these issues one at a time. Yeah, we didn't really even get a good attempt on the double at the end last week. We pretty much just saw it once. And didn't get to try it very much, so... We'll see. It's been probably months since I last did a double shell jump, so... This will be a bit of an experience, if we make it that far with any consistency. Okay, this particular column I had to sort out last time. By the way, I noticed that you managed to tweak the high E, right? If I'm hearing this correctly. Whoops. Possibly with some kind of hit from below that I can't see on the screen. It is all the way at the top. After the lengthy discussion that we had about the melodic range of Mario Maker last week. Yeah, getting ever closer to it. Whoops. Well, it sounds nice. And of course, we had to get that far to observe it, but that was the thing I was looking forward to hearing when you said you had made a few tweaks. So. Yeah, if the star just sharpens the effect slightly, and there we go. Just as a function of wave frequency, the higher you go in pitch, the less interference you get from intonation or notes being tightly clustered together anyway. Which is why in the uppermost register of a piano, for instance, there aren't any dampers. Whoops, there we go. Oops, getting a bit low on that one. We were doing pretty well, actually, on that attempt. Much more successfully. The fill near the end is fixed, too. Okay, we'll keep an ear out for that. Oops, staying a bit too long on a slope. You added a timpani at the end. Interesting. Again, we'll listen for it. Whoops. We'll listen for it as soon as we don't back out of the slide too soon. Right about where I died, yeah. Oops. Going a bit low on that slope too. It did keep me back on the ledge momentarily. Not enough of a mistake to be a big problem at this point with the auto-scroll, but you never know how things might cascade on you, so... But hey, we've already had one pretty reasonable attempt already. And if we can do everything up to that point a little more consistently, we might even get a little bit of practice in on the ending. But yeah, it's going like I was saying, since checkpointing isn't an issue with this level, I may practice it and return to it in segments today, and you're welcome to resubmit for as long as you can stay. I'll work on it while we seem to be progressing, though, just as a matter of not keeping other people too far back in the queue. Certainly my pleasure to work on this one, though. Okay, there we go. That was a good adjustment there, actually, when it seemed like I was going to miss the shell jump. Late. Still need to find a working pocket of rhythmic memory for that single column. Whoops. There we go. I should probably keep some kind of statistic on what my shell jump success rate is like. I know it used to be something like, I don't know, 20% or so, but that was just a bit of an eyeball estimate back when I was learning how to play the bare minimum of Shell Kaizo. It's probably a little better these days, but not by enough to really get to the end in practice. Oops. Everything is marked for me too. But sometimes there is a little bit of momentum control and height control involved where you need to read your own situation. Getting a nice bounce forward there to get ahead of the auto-scroll is nice too. Okay, this guy. Nope. Seems like I'm going late on it, given how high I am above the shell when it drops below my feet. Or rather late when it hits you, early is when it drops below you, so it's actually an early release that was the issue there. And a late release here. Took me a while to really kind of understand that and basically learn how to learn Kaizo, which I'm not demonstrating very well. Timing on that is slightly later than a regular shell, yeah, and it's something that I'm conscious of, but not always managing to adjust around. I could tell it was later, but because it seemed like the consistent error there was to drop it too soon. Beetroot Jude, welcome, thanks for the code. So yeah, let me know if you folks are fine with the validation off, because at least it's not kicking out codes for new levels anymore, but at the same time, it means that we can no longer acknowledge submissions in chat as they come in. When you know why you failed, then you can get good. Yeah, yeah. That's pretty much the only reason why, you know, the kind of simple shell jumps are doable for me at all, and once you get into a little more complex shell and item handling tech, then that's still a vast range of improvement ahead of me. And, you know, as you're no doubt aware yourself, that I've often heard the advice, which I think is very good advice, that actually the best way to improve at shells is to make a shell level. And just in the playtesting and clear checking process, you get it under your fingers. In the playtesting process in particular, as you're building. Too late that time. Overcompensated. And yeah, a lot of it is just making the rhythms on your controller feel natural, so you don't really have to think about them too consciously and can focus mainly on watching your position. The hardest thing mechanically for me to really get into the habit of is holding down the jump button during the shell release to maintain a full jump when I need full height. Because that's something that, you know, playing standard platformers rather than Kaizo levels in either Maker or in Hex, that's something that playing any kind of standard commercial platformer never ever teaches you, right? So it is something that's original to the Kaizo genre. In some ways, because you're just never required to play that way with any item releases. Unless it's perhaps necessary for a speedrunning trick. And so there was a bit of a learning curve involved in that too, just to, you know, beat my traditional Mario item handling instincts. It'll be very interesting to see what my Mario playing habits are like going into SMB Wonder, which of course isn't going to have any shell jumps or anything, but you know, at the same time, on a very basic technical level, I'm a different Mario player than I was before Maker 2 came out. And I wonder if that will be reflected in the experience. And I guess we'll find out in about 3 weeks. I may actually not be able to stream Wonder right at launch because it turns out it's coming out on a weekend where I'm actually extremely preoccupied in real life. But that's okay, because it means that my viewers will all be ahead of me by a couple days when I get to it. So. Yeah, just because it's not required doesn't mean you can't. Exactly, and I feel like it's something that I've been trained to look for at this point. You know, sometimes I'm playtesting somebody's traditional level, and occasionally, even as somebody who's bad at shell jumps, I'll look at a spot and try a shell jump just to see what happens and if it reveals anything to me as a playtester, right? And I feel like I will have my eyes peeled for things like that now, in a way I wouldn't have done before. Okay, here's the reversal. Nope. By reversal, I did not mean up throw. Relevant Shell Kaizo coming soon, yeah. Exactly. Speaking of which, the fact that up throws are back in Mario Wonder, I think really does open it up, because, you know, this is the first time up throws have returned to the series since Super Mario World. And they're such a fundamental part of why Super Mario World is so popular, not only in hacks, but also in the Kaizo genre here in Maker, right? That's... the up throw opens up so much item technique when it comes to the flexibility of what you can do. And so I am looking forward to seeing how that plays out. Sorry if that spoiled anything for people who have been avoiding pre-release material about Mario Wonder. I've not been following it closely outside of the few official Nintendo trailers, but now you know the up throw is back, and hopefully that's... whoops. Not a problem for you to hear from me. Okay, let's actually aim the reverse throw accurately this time. We're getting decently far. After that, there's the other reverse throw. And then... pretty close to the thing that we actually need to practice, which is the double. So. I have done a double before, but not very often. Okay. Mario Maker Fan GPB. And it's funny, Mario Maker Fan GPB, because I was actually just about to say that one of the doubles I definitely would have done would have been in a Grand Pooh Bear training level. Shell jumps are in Wonder, according to a Kaizo player who tried it PAX. Okay, that is going to be fun. That's going to be at least fun to watch, even if I can't quite execute on it consistently. Yeah, so with Mario Wonder, I do plan to do a solo clear on stream first. Solo 100%, whatever that means in the game. But then afterwards, we'll see if there's interest in opening up multiplayer lobbies, because that's obviously built to be something that's stream content, but it's a matter of whether our Mario viewers here would be interested in doing something like that, because I remember thinking about that with the implementation of the online multiplayer in the 3D World re-release as well, and we just never wound up doing it. But I think the lobbies are likely to be much more active for this game, in terms of interest in doing that from our regular viewers as well, so... So we'll see how well that works as stream content when we get to it, but we'll definitely be doing the solo clear first. Funny thing is that for NSMB Wii, NSMB U, and for 3D World, my first 100% clear in both games was actually done in co-op. So how do we just miss that ledge? And I won't be doing that this time for Mario Wonder, because I'm in vastly different circumstances than I used to be in in terms of access to other similarly skilled players. So it will actually be my first time in a while, not counting maybe NSMB 2, that I'm experiencing one of the games solo for the first time, when co-op is available. Because so much of the spacing in the last few console mainline games has really explicitly been built with co-op in mind, right? And that's one of the reasons why the New Soup series actually never felt that bland to me or anything, because, you know, if you played NSMB Wii substantially in co-op, the massive generational leap from NSMB DS was immediately noticeable. That co-op was just a tremendous game changer the first time available. And it's still a contribution for which I think NSMB Wii still doesn't get enough credit. And yeah, the Indirect Online multiplayer obviously does remind one of how the ghosts worked in 3D World, particularly back when Miiverse was still active. So here's the funny thing. The first time I played 3D World, back in 2013/2014, like I said, I did it to 100% in co-op, all the way including Champions Road. And we were doing it without farming power-ups or anything. We just get in as standard Mario and deal with the catastrophic loss of life. And then after we beat Champions Road, we went back in to clear with other characters. And then, of course, when you do that, in the default setting in the Wii U version, you would see the ghosts of all the other players. And so we suddenly said every single ghost that was on Champions Road was using the Tanuki suit. Every single one. So, I guess that made it feel extra special to do it in co-op with no power-ups going in. Which I didn't even necessarily think about. Whoops. Okay, Squinkle, like I said, we'll just stay on this for a few more attempts. I'd like to at least get to the final jump on it. And then you are welcome to resubmit as much as you like. Just so we can get through more submissions, especially from new people. Who I don't want to keep waiting too long today. Oh. I think some of the co-op tech with one Mario or equivalent player and one Yoshi or equivalent player, which I guess is just Yoshi or Nabbit. Except Nabbit probably can't swallow things, can he? Unless, of course, Nabbit can swallow things with his bag, because he's otherwise equivalent to Yoshi, right? But Nabbit kind of did his own thing in NSMB U Deluxe as well, from what I've heard. But anyway. Well, I mean, all the Mario-type characters play identically in terms of power-ups and damage. All the Yoshis play identically, and supposedly Nabbit plays like Yoshi, which I don't know if that means Nabbit grab things in bags. But, of course, if people have been playing it in places like PAX, maybe they know already. He kind of just grabs stuff as they walk by it. Okay, yeah, I haven't really been looking at the footage in detail, like I said. But anyway, like I said, the tech that will be possible with two different character styles like this is going to be a lot of fun to watch. Kind of reminds me of how, you know, back in NSMB U, of course, Nintendo's own internal playtesters at Mario Club released a lot of in-game video segments that were basically special playtester videos of them showing off tricks. In co-op especially. And I remember that one of the trick videos that they really made a big splash with was with players riding Yoshi just juggling other players like throughout the entire level, where you'd have like co-op Yoshi juggling of another player who never touched the ground. Redox, welcome. And thank you for the submission. Looking forward to what you have this week. But yeah, I'm sure there will be all kinds of co-op only trickery that will show up in Mario Wonder. And be a pretty interesting speed category on its own. Just from the disparity between the Mario class and Yoshi class characters. Of course, this is just all, you know, theoretical right now. We'll try to make one more, at least reasonably deep run with this, and we'll move on to the next one for now. But this is feeling much more approachable to me than it was last week, just, you know, from the practice that we've had so far, and from our knowledge of the very frequent pitfalls like this jump right here. Okay, there we go. Too late this time. I know it's supposed to be a bit delayed, but not that delayed. I like to have at least one more attempt where I can get past that, at least. Nope. Yeah, it just takes a lot of practice, and I am very out of practice with Mario Maker this year. This has been the least Mario Maker I've played in a calendar year since the release of Maker 2. It's still into hundreds of hours, mind you, but, you know, by my former streaming standards, that's not actually very much. And particularly because I'm not really making that actively nowadays. Okay. Let's do this. Hey, we actually did that. Let's do this one now. Okay, no, I keep forgetting that I don't actually need to shell jump that jump. I just go up the ledge, right? Unless there was some kind of height adjustment on it. But no, I think I actually don't shell jump that. That's just a reverse throw. Unless there was some kind of height change on it. I can't quite tell. It looks like it has been raised, but I'm not actually sure. Because I remember being surprised when I played the first version that that wasn't a shell jump. That was technically cheese before. Okay, so you do require a shell jump now. Yeah, I noticed that there was maybe a slight difference with that. Mario Maker fan GPB, thank you for the submission. Yeah, because even the last failed attempt that I had there, I was kind of mentally thinking shell jump, and I sort of remembered suddenly that last week I didn't shell jump it. Okay. We will very happily return to this, Squink. But since we're not past checkpoint, we'll clear for the moment and we'll move on. But you didn't mind as much, but you can bonk the scroll onto surf if you're too fast. Oh, I see, yeah, because you would just hug the right side wall if you get ahead of the expected time that you were planning around with the shell jump that is supposedly required in that position. I get it. Yeah, it felt much more comfortable this week. We didn't make it to the double, obviously, but it felt like I was consistently getting further. So it's absolutely something I'm willing to work on, like I said. In the meantime, Dingity Dingus, if you're still here, thank you for waiting patiently. I do see you on a chat list, but yeah, there we go. Yeah, thank you for waiting so patiently. We sometimes do take a while per level, and we try to give everybody a decent showcase, so... You'll toss back in, but you might fall asleep. Yeah, that's okay, Squink. If we have time, we'll see how things work. Okay, 1 play, 1 clear so far. That clear rate isn't going to hold, but here's 4-2, Sunken Treasure. You discover some sunken ships in the water. Reader's hidden treasure. Let's see. Can I do doubles, Mario Maker fan? Not very well. If you sent me a Kaizo level, I'm totally willing to try. I have done doubles before, but, you know, my hit rate with them is low enough that they would be a pretty significant progression stopper. The level that I was just playing right now, it has a double at the very end, and I mean, that's part of the reason I didn't beat it in its original version either. But I didn't get much practice with it. So, like I said, I have done doubles. It's just not something I'm good at. But you are welcome to submit Kaizo if you want. So, and we'll at least get some practice in. Oh, you're sent to testing Kaizo that requires a dev route. That uses a dev route because it's still in playtesting. I see, okay. See. Yeah, send me whatever you think would be most useful to see for me. Yeah, that Muncher isn't going anywhere. It's mostly there to depress the seesaw, and I think the seesaw is very depressed. Okay, let's swim ahead. We probably should have checked some of the pipes for alternate routes or anything, but nope. If you have the Fire Flower, and as long as you have the Fire Flower, then you just have a very gentle sail with the auto-scroll. And remain grateful all the while that you don't have to deal with the eels from the NSMB series, which of course originated in Mario 64. And okay, 2 coins so far. It is a very nice boat. It's an ice boat. And a nice boat. Nice little gate over here, too. Yeah, a pretty relaxed experience. Obviously, if you wanted to speed through this, you'd probably, you know, spin over some spinies and do things quite a bit differently. I don't know if I missed a 3rd pink coin. I haven't seen it yet, but we'll explore. I think... Oh yeah, no, you wouldn't have the 3rd pink coin at this point because then you would have an extra key that would allow you to cheese the boss, right? So 3rd coin would be after this as a safety coin, probably, even though we haven't hit checkpoint. But it would be a post-boss coin, so you wouldn't be able to skip, presumably. Oh, okay. Yeah. Obviously, with any boss fight where you just have unlimited power-ups, it's pretty easy going, but I like the way this is set up where you do need to get away from the fight and take a little bit of risk to get the power-up, and then you have to get back in the fight. In general, when you have a required power-up for the fight, I think that's the way it should work. That, you know, you can have infinite power-ups so you don't just SD lock yourself. But at the same time that you do need to do a bit of work to get in and out of the fight. And I think that for more relaxing, kind of low to medium difficulty levels, that is a good way to tune things. So pretty happy with that, and of course we're in the on state already, so we can just get out. And then we need to see whether 3rd coin here is time sensitive. I don't see a 3rd coin. But I guess that sequence was time sensitive, and so maybe on the other side of the pipe. Oh, nope, just in the boat. This is a very nice boat. Totally flooded, but... Hey, minigame. And then we just drop everything. Oh, it's basically like a pachinko machine or something where the coins drop and get bounced around. I like that idea. It's kind of neat. And we managed to get all of the 50s, which is great. Nice bonus room. Very unique. This was labeled 4-2, so I assume it is part of a super world. And of course we have coin at the end, but are we going to get punched by the auto-scroll? No, thankfully not. So this is just for 1-ups at the end, though. And we'll take those for endless. Okay, good. I didn't lower the clear rate, which was an important objective here.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Thank you for that, Dingity Dingus. Nowhere near the record, but we'll take it. Yeah, nicely done to you as well. Yeah, very new upload from today, so I'm glad I didn't break anything that I could see in the playtest, but I wasn't trying too hard, so. Alright, Meg. Down the list. Way back into something old school. Unless there's something new, of course. But not in this account, there wouldn't be. Okay, so. What was this? This is Space Money, right? Yeah, right. We still needed to do Space Money 2, because we were doing that in order, which is why I skipped that all this time. Let's go way back into 2020. Next one is Stab and Fall. Guess we can do that one. Hello, hello. Wow, Luca really did clean up a lot of the older records, too. But hey, we're steadily approaching Meng Percentage, Part 1. Meng Percent. Alright, Stab and Fall, this is going to be Link. And this is going to be Link on the 2.0 patch, which shouldn't affect too much. Okay, well, this is going to be POW accuracy. Okay. And, well, not like that, obviously. I think we needed to blow this up. No, that wouldn't be the case. We just need to run it. Okay. Let's try it again. It looks like a down arrow on the other side, but because it's down towards the POW, but the lift would go up right on the second lift. There we go. Hey, look, it's a precision level. No, it's not. Okay. That was risky, but we made it. That was not great. Whoops. Let's not embarrass ourselves quite that much. Okay. We go. And then, in terms of timing, we actually want to follow the booze over, don't we? And then jump a little sooner than that. That was the right position and the right timing, but we left a bit late. Okay. No. Obviously not. Yeah, we kind of need to pick a column here and commit to it when it comes to the boo. Or, you know, to actually fall down gently and maybe just miss it. That might be smarter. Yeah, Thunder, you're welcome to submit, Kaizo. I don't necessarily expect I'd be good at it, but I do not mind trying it and learning as we go. And yeah, I mean, that's the only way I'll get better at it, right? We do need to play some of it from time to time. Okay, yeah, just hug the wall. That's so much easier. We need to stab it closer to the right side and really kind of have the booze in a position where we can do a hold right away after the stab. Hey, I wonder if this is bypassable with the first jump, actually. I don't think so, given the length of the platform, but it's fun to think about. Yeah, want to maintain some of that forward momentum going into that jump, though. Okay. Bad timing on the booze, but we almost have the positioning down. And here we go. Nope, we're late on that anyway. We needed to leave it a little bit earlier because we didn't even make the height. Never mind the booze. We just need to plan that one a little better. We have the opportunity to plan that jump and what the boot timing is going to be, so. You see? No, not like that. Yeah, we can just get on top of this and then we'll time it a bit better. Yeah, why don't we just get on top of it like that every time? Seems a lot more sensible. Whoops, totally didn't see. Totally didn't read the curve here. Oh. This is a 2020 level. I know we've talked about this before, but I still find it pretty funny that there are probably more SD locks here than in Meng's second account, like the entirety of the levels there combined. But, not complaining about it, I'm just finding it kind of quaint in retrospect because I've seen so much more of your recent designs. It's still a fun concept. Okay. Yeah, that was not very strategic. That is very much a planning check. You do need to understand how that interaction and how the timing is going to go and strike accordingly. We're obviously not going for that speed record, but I'm kind of interested in how that looked. Okay. Oh, that was close, but we made it. And then we just need to not be smushed by the wall. This was late. Interestingly enough, if you bombed this, no, you would still get squished though, because I'm thinking like if you bombed this and took self damage, but then opened up room for yourself. I don't think there's a way to do that without yourself getting smushed because of the hitboxes. Because the bomb collision would probably happen at the same time that Link gets killed, right? But anyway, I don't actually know. I'm just guessing. No. Luckily, we're at a checkpoint. Then just a little hop here. Oops, nope. Shouldn't have backed out of that. Or rather, we just hit the ceiling and probably bomb some through the wall, yeah. Interestingly enough, if you just strike with an arrow, I mean, you can't do that because you need to hit from the side, right? But or from the bottom. Yeah, because, yeah, hitting from the top obviously doesn't work, but for other platforms that you're approaching, oops. Okay, yeah, you can just go there. Is it going to send you up? Oh. This, of course, does not do the... It's funny because I used to just never read boxes as invisible blocks, and I know that's not a convention that you use, but I think you can never quite tell how makers might have changed over the course of a few years, and so I had to check. Yeah, the box is just telling you to bait the thwomp, I think. But... because you need to move it out of position first, and then you stab the rest of the way. Well, we'll read it. Muncher hitbox makes it precise to hit from the top. Yes, yes, I see what's going on. It's because despite the artwork, it actually is a Muncher collision. And I guess if you're doing that anyway, you deserve it. Yeah, so we get around it this way. And then we need to take out the top layer here. I like how the POW hitboxes actually make the landings pretty comfortable. And yeah, as soon as you hit the POW, removes the big Muncher, you just need to go. So you can just ignore the Muncher, really. You just need to activate the platform at the right time. This was not the right time. Okay. Here's this. Over and... over. This would not be within range. Right, 2 tiles and we're kind of on a slope. And that wouldn't happen anyway. You would need a bomb to blow up a block that's below the POW. The activation. We know that from too many puzzle levels. Stump, and then this way, and then stump, and then this way. Be careful not to stomp on a stump. Up here, not that I can see. And yet we have more stump setups over here. No, we just need to jump. Oh, that's interesting. But why don't you... yeah, if we hit the stump, can we jump off that? Well... let me think about this for a moment. No, we do need the key. So it actually is, I think, a strike and a jump off of that, right? Like we've played some level like that before with that timing. At least I think I did. No. But you can also bomb the POW. No, you can't. We just talked about why you can't bomb the POW. No, you can shoot the POW with an arrow and strike it. Wait, we have a key already, though. No, but we have a key because we did the strike. Okay, no, we need to shoot the key before the stump falls on it. I think that's what it is. It's got to be what it is. No, that can't be what it is. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out some method for it, whether it's intentional is anybody's guess. Because you have a jump over here, you have to hit the POW, and the POW, hitting the POW is going to lower this platform immediately, so you can't really push there. That's interesting. No, that's a very late arrow. That's not going to work. Maybe if it's a downward arrow, but then you would still need to jump out that. And that can't really be... like, there's no way to see that solution, so it's obviously not going to be the intended one. Whoops. But this first POW basically kind of coaches you to think about the arrow, right? So... No, that was way out of position. Interestingly enough, you can kind of grab that on a side. I'm missing something very obvious. I mean, the problem here is that this stump on the left has already dropped into that position, right? So what if you don't hit the first... No, you do need to hit POWs to unstack this further. Actually, no, you can just kind of run off of that. Wait. Why weren't we able to hit that previously then? Okay, let's redo this. Hit the POW, stomp on this, jump on the block to the left. No, that can't be it. Unless it works like the... Yeah, slow walk off and use coyote time. Maybe so. Unless I just missed something. Because it looks like I was probably supposed to zap with an arrow, and maybe there's a bit of a disparity in timing with a stump that I'm not seeing, where this stump isn't supposed to drop as quickly as it did. It's hard to tell. I feel like we do need to... Yeah, no, there's no way, because as soon as you hit the stump, you need to hit the POW and go down. You need to grab the key before you hit that. You slam and jump like a P jump. I was thinking of that because I felt like I'd played a level that required that before. And maybe I just gave up on that too quickly before actually trying out the timing. Yeah, that's exactly it. And I feel like I have played a level that used that. It might even have been another Mang level that used it. It's been too long, I've just completely forgotten some of this stuff, even though I definitely use it for puzzles too, I think. Whoops, no, jump too soon. Okay. Oops. Yeah, I guess it became obvious with time that that was the only real solution. Interestingly enough, that has one implication here that's worth working out, which is that you can slam this here and jump off. It would be basically the same interaction. Would probably be a bit more awkward because you can't really do a forward jump on this. Yeah, because you could stab it, but the jump positioning would be weird. So, it's probably more comfortable to do it over here. Okay. Yeah. Then drop over to the claw. Oh, yeah, you need to swing like this. Then, we're obviously not doing this very quickly. Okay, and we're out. And then we'll see where we jump. It looks like it's to the right. Oh, boom boom, of course. Let's not do that. We actually need boom boom to land, don't we? And then we hit the POW if we get a landing on him. That would be the way to do it. Hang on, let's not do that. actually do wonder if there's something that would be skippable here. No, because of the saw blades down below, all the grinder blades that interrupt these positions and prevent any cheese like that. You know, where you fall in, go to the left, and hit the key some other way. Whoops, how did I miss that? I was holding up, okay. We'll try it again. I was holding up, so why... Okay. Huh. I did something wrong there. Guess we'll have to find out what. That's strange. Hang on a minute. My up button definitely works. No, it's not a controller issue. Okay, let's try it again. Maybe I'm just late and I don't realize it. That can't be right. Okay. Maybe I'm just consistently late on that. Happens when you get old, perhaps. No, I'm, Oh, I think I know what it is. I think I might actually be holding up too soon. No, that doesn't make sense. Hang on. Why is that failing all of a sudden? Huh. It's not giving me the door entry at all every time. Huh. I actually don't understand this. Let's... That can't be right. The up button definitely works. I am just holding up in a door, so that's how I usually enter doors. That's the only way I know how to enter doors. And that's the issue, is that I'm holding up and it doesn't seem to be responding. Very strange. Well, let me make sure I'm not on a diagonal by mistake or something. Yeah, I might be accidentally on a diagonal. Maybe I'm just not holding my controller correctly. Or... Okay, onto the claw. Yeah, maybe I just had my controller somewhat tilted. Just doing everything off-center. Whoops, speaking of off-center. Okay, so we get into Boom Boom over here. Ideally, whoa, no, never mind. I mean, we do need to drop the POWs to get to the key door, right? So, but implicitly we need to kill Boom Boom for the key, so we should kill him with a POW, but I should actually zap him with an arrow first. That should be the first thing I do. Oops, no, let's not do this. Hang on. Yeah, I wonder about that. I'm trying to be extra careful with my input here, but maybe I am off-center. Whoops. This is going to be a big problem if we have a lot of up pipes later on the stream. There we go. Whoops. That went badly. Okay, over here. actually holding the up too soon, I think, before the previous strike. Let me submit a 3D World clear pipe wall jump into up pipe level. Yeah, exactly. Gonna just miss every up pipe today, maybe. Whoa. How did that happen? Did I just... Oh, I missed the POW on the right side, didn't I? That was very silly. There we go. Then give this a whack. Okay. Let's see about Boom Boom here. Oh no, that did not go well. Okay. Yeah, we can't really take a hit on this fight. We actually should slam that first and reduce platforms. Well, we can, but then I do want Boom Boom to be grounded. I'm trying to get some hits on him early to get him into that grounded state. Okay. Decent curvature over here. Let's swing back. Yeah, because Boom Boom is going to try go for me right here. Oh, no, I was trying to jump on him and then jump back here to drop him, but it was obviously not a good idea. And yeah, we can't drop him on top of a POW platform unless we plan to leave it. The idea should be that we hit Boom Boom once and then hit the POW below him and then get off the platform before he falls. And then we'll see how that works out. Yeah, you do need his key, which is why we're not just going directly POW to POW and straight to the key door. Otherwise, we'd just go platform to platform pretty directly, right? But we are deliberately trying to kill him, so... as opposed to accidentally. No, bad. Yeah, we can't just drop him like that unless we have a plan. But... yeah, because I want to ground him and then I want to hit another POW, but... Or possibly even drop him into an abyss on the first hit. But I feel like it's not going to happen from the first platform. We need a lower platform for it. And we'll need to swing him around a little further. It would be really funny if you didn't need his key and this is just badly communicated level design. Yeah, but you know, where else are you going to get a key there, right? I mean, I guess Boom Boom was such a regular staple of bang levels even very early on. Could very well just be a cameo appearance. We're going to kill him anyway for bonus points. I actually do want to get out of here and just give myself a little more room to work with, maybe. And then maybe snap him with arrows. Nope. Yeah, so I want to hit him with enough arrows, probably from the central position, so we have a bit more room to work with, so we can get him to take enough damage to be equivalent to one jump hit. And then from that point... Why does it feel like a Munchie Boy has one? Oh, it totally feels like that, doesn't it? But we're still going to do things the hard way because we can. Yeah, probably on the third stack. Now that you look at it. Yeah, we could try it, but... we better try it quickly if we're going to do that, though. Yeah, we might as well try it because we don't actually know the answer to this, so... We're committed to murdering the Boom. Yeah, that's true. True ending. Whoops. I bet we can do it, but whoa, not if we do that, of course. I was just trying to aim the arrow here. Thank you for the patience of those in queue, by the way, behind this level. I'm probably unnecessarily complicating it for myself, but that's what we do. And we'll do it for everybody else's, too. Oh, nope. Let's mind the jump there. Instead of jumping too eagerly. Whoops. Okay, now that's just a result of impatience. How much do I play traditional Super Worlds per submission? Usually minimum 15 to 20 minutes. If you have a Super World that has lots of short and easier levels, I will keep queuing them in for the first 15 minutes or so. And hey, look at that! We actually managed to pick this up on the edge. That's nice. Not going to do that very consistently, but it can be done. Yeah, if you submit a traditional Super World with quick levels, I'm not just going to exit every level or something like that. I will actually play them in chunks. Yeah, Luca, that certainly smells like cheese. Very difficult to do intentionally. Even with all that practice we had with the Goomba Icicle hitbox level earlier by Nabuz. Okay, there we go. Bit of a awkward curve here, but it's pretty forgiving. Okay. Let's go down and... Actually don't want to... Nope. We probably shouldn't fight him, but... Or at least we should fight him in the middle. It's too claustrophobic just to fight him on the right. It's just not a good position. Not enough flexibility. Okay. Jump out here. Yeah, we'll take a couple pot shots, but before he comes down, we'll take this down first. Oh, no. That was a bad jump. I was just trying to adjust. You know what? I've got an idea. Why don't we just... I know, the problem is that if I jump on him, he just drops immediately on top of the POW and kills my safe location. Which leaves us nowhere to go. I was thinking, like, why don't I just kill him even if we lose the Master Sword just to see if we can get a key. And if he doesn't hold the key, then at least we know for sure. Whoops. Let me also make sure I'm not holding too many people back from fooling around. I am holding too many people back from holding around. Let's... try to... a little further with this. Yeah, earlier I think I was actually holding up too soon, and so it was being cancelled. You know, an arrow here is actually more efficient, but that's okay. No. You know what? We actually can bounce indefinitely off of him with the Master Sword. If he's in that form. Why don't we just kill him that way? I didn't even think about using the downward spike here, even though that was something famously associated with Zelda 2. And a major inspiration for both Shovel Knight and Hollow Knight. Whoa. Okay. That was unfortunate. Hang on. Getting sloppy. Yeah, I kind of feel like it's probably being held by Muncher. Oh well. I'm getting that sense, because killing Boom Boom is actually just a little too tricky to beat. That's another time that has happened. Right, because the stump just went straight down. Can't tell if that was a camera issue or I just did something else wrong. Hang on. Yeah, because... well, it's not this segment, but... or rather... yeah, I wonder why that failed. I wasn't actually... seeing... what I did wrong there. Well, there's no key. We spiked him and there's no key. And we spiked him because we hit the POW when I was able to have some frames for it. Okay, there's no key, so we'll kill the Munchers. Be satisfied that we killed Boom Boom at least once, even if it was a Pyrrhic victory. I murdered him, but at what cost, right? But hey, we've established some certainty now about his innocence, so... that was an important thing to discover. And the thing is, if this were a newer Mang level, and it's obviously not because they A lot of design principles have evolved since with experience. If this were a newer Mang level, I probably would check the Boom Boom anyway, because there's so often some kind of Boom Boom related secret to look for sometimes, where I would probably check the Boom Boom for second key regardless, right? And why am I suddenly failing at this again? Okay. So at least now we know, even though maybe that should have been clear to me much, much earlier. Anyway, we'll try to get out of here soon. Let's actually get some of the basic stuff like door entry down. Oh, whoops, no. Why am I missing that all of a sudden? Right when I need it to work again, huh? Yeah, I don't understand what changed about my inputs both here and earlier that hitting this problem. Oop. Okay, let's try to have a nice clean tap. Here we go. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's not do that. Yeah, we massively overcomplicated this, but we'll try to finish it quickly. Murdered him at the cost of at least 30 years in jail for premeditated first-degree murder. Yeah, but at that point, we might even have Mario Maker 3, so... Worth it. Whoops. Gotta pay attention here. Anyway, we're kind of making a spectacle out of this, even though it's actually a comparatively easy level. You can see all the code replacements over there, Mario Maker fan GBB, like you're saying, oh, maybe this guy can't handle my harder stuff. I'm just out of practice. Spent way too much time on Zelda instead this year. Let's not jump on... okay. I was about to say, let's not jump on him so he doesn't block my spot. And then, interestingly enough, if I actually did stab through Boom Boom and hit the POW, that would still give me access to the key door, and as long as there's no link check on the other side. Interestingly enough, we could have just reversed the pipe for that. You realize 2 doubles to reclaim tight gems to spin claim a P drop and a bomb ladder were too much. Yeah, we would basically spend a lot of that working on the first double. But I'm glad you asked. You see, when people ask me, is Kaizo okay, there's a very wide range of what they could mean, right? And like I said, I am willing to try. I do need to practice. Don't tell me I'm going to miss this. No, we're not. And we didn't miss the door entry either, which is important. This thing on the right, this looks like it's nothing. But I was wondering. Anyway. Anything down here? Not really. You send in your friend's traditional world because it's a fun, normal world. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind difficulty here. I do take my time to try to learn, so. Thank you for the GG's, Bang. That was not Luca's record, as you can see here. Can't believe how long that took. Okay. Burnt Gem, that was a level I made much harder for myself, but yes. It wasn't too bad, actually. It was just a level I made significantly harder for myself than I should have. And thank you so much for the follow. Beetroot Dude, if you're still here, sorry to have kept you waiting. I actually don't see them in the chat list, so we'll give them a moment to check in case Twitch is inaccurate. And if Beetroot left, we'll just get on to Redox. So, yeah, I give people a chance to check in anyway, because sometimes, you know, people are switching devices, or if they're, you know, in various circumstances, the Twitch indicator of whether one is online is not always totally accurate. So, but you say he does this a lot, so okay, we'll do this a lot too, and we'll remove. Redox will be next, and we'll get through everybody we can. So, I always get through everyone who does submit before I close submissions, so everybody who is already in the queue, you will be played if you stay. Unless I'm called away on some kind of major emergency, you will be played. Okay, 2 coins, long jump, your rival. And yeah, it looks like it's tuned for 30 seconds. Let's see it. This one is technically demanding. I expect lots of ground pound cancels that will give me grief. But we'll see it when we see it. And lots of wall jumps I'm too slow on. Up. Oh, right. Just hold right into that. Yeah, like I said, ground pound cancel right out of the pipe. That's fine. We'll do it. Yeah, right out of the pipe. Because the thwomp needs to outpace me, then we fall in the thwomp, and then we long jump out of that. So that looks like what it is, and we, of course, should not be leaning left towards the pokey. So I'm trying to cancel out that, and the pokey is just kind of nudging over towards me. I wonder if I'm doing a slight left input here that I'm not aware of. But yeah, we have to cancel out of that, obviously, and then fall onto the thwomp. Maybe thinking too far ahead here and trying to hold right before I've held up. Maybe we need to fall a little further past the pokey first. Yeah, much better. And that was a bit late. You need to beat the thwomp timing to get on that wall jump. Then we need to cancel out. Yeah, I'm juggling a few different tasks at once on that ground pound cancel, where I'm trying to fall far enough to avoid a pokey, but also hang right soon enough to catch the thwomp. And of course, if I'm hanging right too quickly, then I'm doing so before the up input for the cancel is registering. So I shouldn't be quite so impatient about that. But it's rather exact sequence. Nope. Yeah, once again, I'm sort of anticipating the thwomp too early and failing the cancel. I think I should fall a little further to right to begin with for the cancel, because then we're in better shape to actually land on a thwomp. Hang on. And maybe even a bit of a stall there, but I don't know if that'll throw off the timing. Any mechanism that matters. Anyway, let's not be too impatient to get the next input in after the cancel. We need the cancel to actually register first. And whoops, too late on that. Possibly a momentum issue. I thought I was in position for the pipe entry, but obviously not. That's okay, we just need to fix that drop. So I'm trying to cancel it out, but then again, I think I'm trying to swing right too soon. And also canceling too late, actually, because now we're falling too low. And the timer will... It's not super tight, but it is going to be strict enough that we can't just dawdle around here with extra wall jumps or something. Since the swamp is going to retract anyway. Yeah, because I'm trying to go like down, up, right, and then I'm doing so at the correct timing. There we go. Oh, too soon on the wall jump, which is not something that typically happens. That's okay, we'll fix it. Nope. Nope, too late on that. The input sequence was correct, my timing was not. Yeah, we need to do that nice and high. And we need to hold down and... 2 down arrows, okay. Whoops. It is progress. We'll just need to be more consistent about it. Yeah, we need to do the wall jump as high as possible so we're caught from under by the exclamation blocks rather than over. Nope. We'll wait for the cancel to actually be processed, which I don't have good timing for, and we're doing it too soon, obviously, because of the pokey. The pokey looks like it's mostly there to kill wall jumps, but it does kind of enforce a certain spacing for the cancel as well. We just need to be aware of that. Nope. Oh, I see what's going on there. We had a bit of a left-right directional switch that was very much unintentional. Whoops. We really do need to wait for the cancel to happen before we push too many buttons. There we go, much better. And hanging left too soon. Which again is not a problem that usually happens, but yeah, given the PAL block activation on that thwomp, it is the exclamation block coming in from up top that is going to punch down towards us. So we actually need to get out of the left column from the wall jump soon enough to not get caught. Cancel, but without enough room to go. Yeah, so no, there's definitely an accidental diagonal input here where you can see that Mario's facing left towards the pokey. That's not intentional, it's just that I'm probably pressing too far left when I'm switching directions. Oh. Yeah, because that is clearly an accidental input when I'm going down to up. I think I have a tendency to swing left on that input. Speaking of swinging left. Whoops.
Oh no!
Okay, let's try it again.
Oh no!
Yeah, for such a simple input, I don't know why it's inordinately tricky for me to execute. Whoops.
Oh no!
Once again, going too soon on that one, which was unexpected.
Oh no!
That's okay. If we can make it past that consistently, we're in much better shape.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, once again, that accidental tilt left is killing the momentum there. There we go.
Oh no!
If we can get back there more consistently and learn that is going to be pretty significant.
Oh no!
Going a bit low on that. Oh, whoops.
Oh no!
I mean, that obviously doesn't work because A, it wasn't intentional, and B, Thwomp does outpace you, so at least we proved that, whoops,
Oh no!
that timing actually does work. Maybe if you fall in like that and just wall jump off the left, timing actually does work, but we're not going to see it. Too far over. That wasn't a very good position for the cancel anyway.
Oh no!
Hang on.
Oh
That might have been the same problem I had with the door entry in the earlier level. No, because that was Link striking to the left and then doing up for the door entry, right? Because the issue is that sometimes I'm doing down to up and then I'm getting an accidental
no!
left or right because my positioning on my D-pad is a bit off. The D-pad itself is fine. I think it's actually just where habits would have come.
Oh no!
Which is where I'm placing it for the cancel. Okay, that seemed late, but it was actually okay.
Oh no!
And just a butt stomp right onto spikes again. Nope.
Oh no!
Once again, trying to anticipate the left input too soon before the cancel had actually come through.
Oh no!
Yeah. I have to actually wait for the cancel to come in and react to that, and we don't really have that timing very well rehearsed. I think mentally I keep expecting there to be this input buffer where going down, up, right doesn't just read as down and right. There we go. Hanging left too soon that time. Dank Rice, welcome. Thank you for the submission. Will hopefully not take too long to get to you. Whoa, that was too early a long jump. No momentum going into that. I think I was just surprised to make that landing that time, so that threw me off. Because I wasn't expecting to actually make it on that corner. Thank you for the follow. I don't know if my follow alerts are actually working, by the way. I think the sound is broken on my end, but hopefully that's coming through on the stream. For some reason, the sound monitoring has been a little off on my end lately. Whoops. The super fast entry into the pipe, are you talking about when I come out of the pipe too early and get squished by the exclamation blocks on the wall jump? Is that faster than expected? Or do you mean just in 3D World generally? Whoops. Okay, we really need to sort out these ground pound cancels, and I know this because we've been running into this problem week to week. That seems to be consistently the biggest issue with me in doing all these levels. Yeah, the pipe entry never happened to you. I wonder what that would be then. Hey, we made it for once. Oh, interesting. So you're supposed to maybe get on top of the exclamation block and hold right at that point to get into the pipe as everything is getting pushed up. Okay, that was the first time I saw that interaction, and yeah, because I guess double arrow just means hold into the ground pound and hope for the best. But then you definitely need to swing right for the next one after that, though, right? So, come on. Yeah, a little more progress. Ideally, we can get back there a little more often. Okay, finally getting that. And that. It's telling me ground pound, but I don't even know if I remember how that interaction worked for me earlier. Because basically, you would wind up with the thwomp pushing you over to the pipe, and you would have a down entry after that, but... Oh, whoops, no. Yeah, because I'm thinking ahead to the double down arrow. And what it's telling me, whether it's to hold into the ground pound or what, because that worked for the first one the last time. But... here we go. Yeah, it's too bad we're losing so many attempts to silly things like that. And again, yeah, you could kind of see the momentary left input there that was accidental as well. I think it's just a function of how I'm holding my controller. I've been giving this thing too much of a workout with F-Zero 99. So I am, for those that know, playing on the Super Nintendo controller. Which is why I'm going D-pad only. Since I don't know how to play this game with a stick. Lately, the SNES pad has been getting a little extra action because I've also been using it for F-Zero 99 on a somewhat casual basis. Not that it's wearing out or anything, I'm just... pretty accustomed to how it feels in the hands these days. Yeah, if we could just not waste so much time on failing to cancel, we actually get to look at the double down arrow that we're curious about later on. But let's get back there first. This is not quite going. There we go. Maybe we lost a moment on that twirl, but we have the other cancel over here. No. Once again, leaning forward too early. I can tell that's the input problem, but it's surprisingly difficult to fix. Oops, no. I wonder if just double twirling out of that would be enough to beat the timing, but I doubt it. I think you do need to stall. Oops, hang on. There we go. Okay, that was almost right, except I wasn't far enough to the right in that position. Because we need to hang right pretty much immediately when we get to that. At least I did get the pipe entry with the down-down arrows correct this time. Whoops. There we go. Nope. Just went right over there. Didn't even get to down input that time. That was a total miss. Okay. Nope. Again, yeah, because it's supposed to be a cancel and you hold right, but the cancel was failing once again. So many cancels on this one. And each one of them has been causing me trouble, so. Totally different experience, I think, for somebody who can do the cancels consistently. No. Probably substantially easier, in fact. Whoops, no. That time I just didn't even get to down input. I think I was anticipating it a bit early. Okay, there we go. Nope. Yeah, I do need a little bit more height for that, because you are supposed to be pushed by the thwomp during down input. Okay, that's starting to get fixed a little bit. Nope, that's slightly late. And the twirl might have thrown it off as well, because I was still in the twirl animation when I was trying to hold right. That's about the halfway point, 16 seconds. This is getting a little more consistent, and I think what it is now is that I'm actually swapping between down and up slightly faster than I did before. I think I am actually doing the cancel input too slowly in some respects. Would a stick is like an old school Mortal Kombat combo? Yeah. I don't know if you've been paying any attention to Mortal Kombat 1. I haven't, but I don't really follow fighting games that closely.
Oh no!
But yeah, I was never very precise about the input buffer in fighting game combos either, where, you know, with Street Fighter, it actually took me a long time. I mean, you know, this was when I was much, much younger, but with Street Fighter, it took me a long time just to learn stuff like this, or you can... That's very basic, right?
Oh no!
Here we go. Whoops.
Oh no!
I actually love how they
Oh no!
implemented the Street Fighter style inputs for Ryu and Ken in Smash Brothers
Oh no!
as an expert alternative to Smash controls. That's still a very nice touch when it comes to bringing them in. Nope, still missing it. Again, because the cancel's coming too late. Once that spits me out on the other side, you fall straight into the next
Oh no!
long jump on the other side. Right, and I guess the Tekken character works that way too, right? If that's the one you're talking about. I actually never played as him because the last time I bothered to open a Smash Bros. Was right after Pyra and Mythra launched, and I just kind of fell off the game after that. And never had time to go back. So I mean to actually go back and catch up on the last two characters at some point. Oh yeah, no, yeah, because Terry has it too, that's right. No, I did play a little bit as Terry. I did at least poke around in classic mode with Terry, I think. I haven't played as Kazuya or Sora at all. But like I said, it's been years since I touched the game, so... Okay. We're really making a mess out of this. Let's try to make at least one more good attempt back to the point at which I was stalling. I don't want to keep too many other makers waiting on my ability to do ground pound cancels today, so... That seems to be a major holdup here. Yeah, I think I'm consistently kind of leaning on a diagonal when I'm going for the up input, because I'm anticipating the next movement. There we go. And then that's too far. Luca, you're gonna skip the queue. Luca, do you even have anything in the queue? Or are you just suggesting somebody else? Okay. In the interest of getting to more of the queue then, Redox, you're welcome to resubmit at some point for me to work on further, and I think I can get further. We just really need to clean up the ground pound cancels mostly. We'll honor the skip the queue, and in the interest of not holding other makers back too far, we'll bail on this one now, if you don't mind. And we have enough in queue as well. That'll probably close up relatively soon, but we'll try out Luca's level first. So, I don't mind going back to this one at some point. We obviously need practice. Let's put Luca's up there. Luca, you got a sub. You actually didn't need to use skip to queue because I could have just pulled you into a sub next. So I might even just refund your points. Because you got the subscription anyway. Because the easiest thing for me to do to pull your code in is to go sub next. So you know what, I'll actually refund your points. You've got a sub and everything. Yeah, it has 100 million points. I need to put in a reward that is actually a top tier reward for my regulars who have been amassing points with nothing to spend them on for the past 2 or 3 years. Something laid back this time? Yeah, let me know when the upload is there. And those of you still in queue, thank you so much for waiting patiently. We usually don't do quite this badly, but clip and slide from the Luca and Mang collab world in progress. A level for our grateful friend W. Sasha, whose levels we've also shown off here before. 2 years of WS. I guess so. Goomba. Best item in the game. Let's do a slide. Oh, this is neat, actually. Because the Goomba slides under the kick that slides the crate up. See, this is why it's the best item in the game. We still keep finding new uses of it. Even within the stream, we've already seen 2 new uses Goomba had. And this is an item I know pretty well at this point. Then we'll have the kick over here. And then we need to drop this first, and then go back. For the slide. And then, yeah, we need the sliding states. Here, hang on. Sliding state. Which is accelerated by, of course, the ice physics. We need to kick this, don't we? From this side. Whoops. And then, yeah, that's fine. Like you said, laid back. Then we need to hit this. Oh, that's interesting, because if you go in a sliding state, you want to do so without locking yourself on this side. So, there was some way to get the question block on that side that would require you to slide through without activating the down input on the pipe, but how would you do that? Now, you're obviously locked by the crate at this point if you try to go back. And yeah, very cool concept. Very, very cool. This particular bounce we actually know from a previous Mang level. I do remember that specific overlap with the bounce. Mushrooms. Mushroom platforms, bounce platforms on off, etc. Track block. We activate it and that gives us the slide from this side. So we lower it and go around. Whoops. A little faster than that, perhaps. No, let's do it again. We'll activate first and we'll go around. And then kick that. This seems like it's a long jump, but let's scout for a moment. Long jump into conveyor will send you through in a sliding state. Very satisfying. Now this would... Like, you would kick the crate up, but then would the crate... Oh yeah, no, the crate would bounce the trampoline up one layer, and then you can use that for a slide up the top corner over here, because it would reverse you, right? This is what happens when you play levels like this, like a puzzle level. Yeah, here we would try to slide in. Actually, no, this is a timing-based thing where... No, it's not. Let's do this properly. So what's my slope that I'm using for this? Let's think about this. Because wouldn't it be... let me think about this. Because we can't reverse back through here. But we would need a sliding state kicking on the way up. If you're right, this is very trolly. I'm thinking about this. You know what? Why don't we sit on this and let it collide? Yeah, that's what it is. Teaches that very well, actually. Should have suspected that in the first place. Anyway, this guy's going to keep trying to up over here, so we need to get him out of here quickly enough. Whoops. Not that quickly, obviously. We do need to dunk him, but we don't want to follow him that closely. Okay, we get another chance to look at this thing here. Yeah, so you actually just don't hold the down input. So long as you're in a sliding state, you get through this way without having down pressed. Oh, come on. Don't tell me I'm just going to miss this indefinitely. There we go. Yeah, you let go of down, and you're still going to be in a sliding state for long enough. I don't know if that's something that's dependent on the ice physics. But it does work. And of course we need this first. Whoops, no, missed it. And yeah, that's exactly the most opportune moment for the bully emote. That's what it exists for. It's exactly that situation. Okay, up we go. Because crate physics just work like that. Okay. Didn't need him anyway. Anything up here? Just a coin, and then we get in on the stack. Oh, that's very nice. Felt like I should have checked the ceiling, but that's okay. Whoops. It's kind of interesting that we didn't have this kind of overlap. It doesn't feel like there's, you know, the correct audio feedback from getting to bounce platform. I was thinking that with one of the earlier levels today too. And then let's make the wall jump, obviously. Surprise. We kick this, and then we do need to kick it when it comes out, yeah. Okay, out we go. Then, this time, we're going down to dash panel. And it'll be a long jump over to the exclamation block, as expected. But we do need to find our inputs when it comes to that. I mean, we just need to hold down. Right, but we need to hold down again because the dash panel gets you back into the standing state, right? Is that the idea? Or why are we missing that? Let's see. Yeah, because we're very late on it. Yeah, we're actually going to let go into the dash panel. Let's practice it again because I feel like we need to know this. That you actually let go and are not in the crouching state when you let's go for a long jump like that. But you also need this forward momentum. Whoops. Going in the correct direction, of course. Out here and maintain the slide going here. So, I see. Okay, then we go back, reverse. And we do need to maintain the sliding state here. After we get a key, which will probably be kicking this thing up and then smashing it. Let me think about this. Yeah, because when you come down here... No, you come down here, slide off the ice going this way. Come down here. Then maybe one more. Yep, smash it up. I love how you got the abominable boom boom there at the end. Just as a little artistic touch. Anyway, that was excellent. I mean, I'm always happy to see new ideas with the Goomba hat, and that was a new idea with the Goomba hat, and it's not often that the item still surprises me, even though I keep saying it's the best in the game, which it is. But, yeah, that was a very good look at its many possibilities. Thank you for sending it along, and I'm glad that that was a useful test from a level reading perspective. Yeah, very interesting tag, as Fuzzmoses was saying. And thank you for the GGs from all. Let's keep going. Oh yeah, we forgot to clear Redox's level from earlier. Let me mark that one as a loss because... Okay, Mario Maker fan GPB. Submitting your friend's Super World, you were saying? Let's take a look. Like I was saying, for those new to the queue, when we get Super World submissions, if the levels are quick and easy, we keep queuing them in for the first 15 minutes or so at least, so we can actually see Super Worlds one chunk at a time. So this is Dobbsworks, and you wanted me to play the world? So let's do it. So just looking at the length of the queue here, we will... Oh yeah, because this return to the Squink Jeopardy level is next. Squink is still here after this, but in the interest of getting through the rest of you, we'll probably be closing relatively soon. I'll play through a bit of the world first, and we'll decide from there. But probably by the time we finish the Super World, we'll close the new submissions, and we'll make sure we play the rest. Just so we have enough time to practice some of the harder content. First, we'll check everything. we go. You know, with a bonus room like this, which we're doing with up throws, it does make me wish the blue blinking temporarily throwable blocks from Super Mario World were in Maker. Because that's one element I actually do think has a lot of unique potential. In a way that hasn't really been repeated, in part because, you know, up throws have dropped out of the series for so long and are only now finally coming back in Wonder. Nice way to do the artwork of that pipe connection, incidentally. It's quite a lot of effort in the pipe artwork here, actually, in terms of getting together. In Super Mario World, this is exactly where you would expect Monty Moles to be popping out of the ground in the semi-solid tiles, but sadly, that's not in Maker either. And thank you for the follow earlier, by the way. Smash Bros. Is cool. I don't know if the alert actually showed, because again, I'm a little late in acknowledging that stuff, just because my alerts don't seem to be audible on my end. I have to check my audio monitoring to see if I just accidentally turned something off. Because this has happened a few times recently. Okay. In general, I should spend more time in actually fixing my stream, but at least audio seems to be working today. I don't want to jinx it, but seems like it hasn't been too bad. Oh, there we go. Needed to kill at least one of those. Speaking of which, because this level for some reason made me think of it all of a sudden, one thing that I'm hoping to have time to squeeze in before Super Mario Wonder is the e-reader levels from Super Mario Advance 4, which is SMB 3 on GBA. We might do that if I can squeeze that in one of the remaining weeks between now and Wonder, because that's been something I've been holding off for some time. I think I was thinking about that here because I was hitting the wigglers from below, and it reminded me of how Rebo's shoe originally worked back in SMB 3. And I believe there's quite a lot more boot in the e-reader levels, from what I've heard. Well, from what I remember from back when the e-reader levels were originally released in Game Boy, or Game Boy Advance rather. I remember one thing I noticed about them, although I didn't have the means to play them at the time, was that the boot was making a big comeback after just being confined to 5-3 back in SMB 3 originally. Yeah, let's just hang out here for a moment. Also, considering the commitment to traditional style design, I do notice that it doesn't follow the Nintendo checkpoint power-up convention, which is very much underrated, I think. I actually do find it to we can damage boost, or we can use the fire flower if we eventually get one. Actually, I am going to damage boost there just to see if we can also go down that pipe. No, we can't. Not by the looks of it. a pipe. No, it's not. It's just plants. I just want to spin jump on top of the downward piranhas because we've played so many levels that do require that. Yeah, this pace we'll definitely play through at least World 1 and then see how much more we can do. And then we'll go further down the queue. Alright, Cheep Cheep Bridge. And yeah, this definitely does feel like a traditional Cheep Cheep level. A long tradition of that, going back to World 2 of the original game. We will, of course, check the pipe. Seems like a rather obvious one there, and then this room also reminds me, I've commented on this before, but definitely one thing I feel like we're missing from the enemy set. The maker is Rip Van Fish. But if you go back to really every single original Mario game, you realize just, first of all, how distinct Mario Maker is as an experience, and secondly, how little overlap there is between any of the games and Mario Maker. Cave Taster, it's been a long time. Welcome. Don't know if you're still doing very many puzzles these days, but I haven't been keeping up because I've been playing so much Zelda this year. I'm way behind on everybody. And yeah, thank you for submitting. I was going to close the queue relatively soon, and so I will, of course, play through the list of everybody who has submitted. It would be nice to end on one of yours today. That could be fun. Lemmy's Bumper Bounce Council. So yeah, we'll have enough time to do a bit of the World 2 of this too, I think, just at the pace we're going, and then get further down the queue, and we'll close up pretty soon. In fact, I'm going to say that at the end of this level, we'll likely have time to continue a bit more of the world, but I will close the queue at the end of this castle. Just to keep things reasonable and make sure we have enough time to look at everybody else's today. Okay. It's sort of interesting that having some kind of thematic coherence between the castle and the Koopaling boss is not something that Nintendo has previously accounted for all that much. You know, the Koopaling fights in the official games have always been somewhat interchangeable, but with Mario Maker we see many more examples of levels being used to prepare you for the mechanics of the boss, where there is a boss. It's always satisfying to see when you have that, and so of course you have all these ideas with Lemmy levels being bouncy. I got up too early. Hey, that was our first death in the world. Very careless. We had a whole notion of boss fights kind of preparing you for the respective bosses. That's something that, of course, was in a lot of non-platforming games, like the Zelda series in particular, for a good long time. But, whoops. Actually, it doesn't really seem to have been that much of a Nintendo convention for Mario. But Mario was never really a boss-centric series anyway, so... Yeah, this Gelb, welcome. Anyway, we have to not get nuked by him. Well, we should have done a spin jump there, obviously, but... Or just gone under. Pretty simple Lemmy pattern, we just need to watch out for the bumpers on either side. Otherwise, it is a standard Lemmy fight, complicated only by the fact that he's this big, which actually has been a problem for us before. In some other levels we've been playtesting recently. Problem mainly with him is just that he gains so much height off the ball. And yeah, we were supposed to hit these and knock them out. We missed repeatedly. Well, so much for that. Poor Goombas. So yeah, at this point we will close. We will probably squeeze in one or two more levels from the next world into submission, since we're still only about 10 minutes in or so. But then we'll make sure we get through everybody else who is in the queue as usual. Just give me a moment while we update the stream title. Bot display accordingly. And we'll see a little bit of this one. Okay, whoops. Bit reckless. But that just happens. And of course, a lot of the pokey logic in this game is very different from Super Mario World originally, and I remember that catching me by surprise quite a bit the first time I returned to Super Mario World after lots and lots of Maker. Probably an easier adjustment for people who do play mainly Kaizo Hex instead of Maker itself. We obviously do need to nuke this guy up. Well, no we don't, because we've got the coin. Oh, no opportunity to practice a shell jump. That's okay. We'll take it. Yeah, thank you so much for the GG. Pretty nice, relaxing, traditional set. As a bit of a break from the abject failure that we've been demonstrating in so many other levels today. And we'll queue up just one or two more, depending on how quickly we can get through it. Might even complete World 2 just for the closure, depending on how things go, but... I love the little decorative touches like this bone shell that's just hanging around with the munchers over there. Like it's a burial site for dry bones from some distant past. I have to wonder if some of these ideas original to Mario Maker, like the bone shell, will make some kind of appearance in Wonder. Or if the power-ups will be a bit more focused with what has been shown so far, just because so much is going on with the new Wonder mechanics already. We don't have a power or anything. Wonder if we... Oh no, because we needed a bone shell for this, yeah. Okay, that didn't seem to be anything, but it looks like you could go up top and enter that pipe. We'll see if we could do that. We should be able to do so if we just jump out of a bone shell. I think we can get enough height. Or maybe not. Yeah, we're actually not going to get even nearly enough height to get out over there. Maybe that's an exit pipe, but we don't really know that. Just without access to a POW, we're not going to do much else. However, what if we jump on top of the bone here? Go up. There we go. That's it. Oh look, checkpoint. So we've got a bit of a secret extra room here. That it's going to be generous enough here to do some checkpointing as well. Whoops. Nope, too late there. That's why there's a checkpoint. It's one of those situations where it's probably easier when you're short. It's because headroom is a potential consideration. Nope, just a little bit slow on that. We needed a bit more forward momentum on that too. Get out safely. Yeah, a fun little bonus room here. Bonus challenge. We'll see if we get some kind of net gain in lives, but if not, that's okay. Well, yeah, once again, we really do need to build up a bit more of a run off of that jump. And yeah, no, we're letting that go too low, and I wonder if we need to be swifter about raising all three of those platforms closer to each other, so there's much less of a delay as we go from one to the next. But I don't know if the adjustment would be to pack them in closer to each other. Or no, we got it. So down the steps we go, and then what do we get out of that? We're about to find out. Yeah, we'll proceed to the next mission after this level here. P-switch. I can see an immediate issue with this room, of course, which is that if you're silly enough to hit the P-switch, and because you only get one of them, if you're silly enough to hit the P-switch and stay here, you get locked. And you get locked past checkpoint. Also, if you're silly enough to use the P-switch here to do the door re-entry, because this doesn't protect you from exiting the door, then you're really stuck, because your only way back would be to go through the door and get yourself locked in this room with no access to the P. So this thing here... Oh, no, okay, no, the power block actually takes care of that. Okay, that's thoughtful. Number 6. I wonder if we missed a lot of secrets like that previously, or if it's part of some kind of hash code system that is a bonus at the end of the world. But somebody who is familiar with this can tell me sometime. But we are going to exit for the time being. This is a fun one, though. And let's move on to the next submission. So, thank you so much for suggesting it. And hope Dubsworks gets a chance to see some of the footage. Be happy to continue that at another point. Okay, back to Squink, if Squink is still here. We'll let Squink take a moment to check in. This was actually the first viewer level that we played earlier today. If Squink is still here. And we made a reasonable amount of progress in it, but didn't even get to the double shell jump at the end, so... I'll see if Squink is actually listed as being present. He is usually what happens when somebody is AFK is I will, like seemingly AFK, is that I will give them a second shot in the queue and just bump them back one spot so we can keep things moving. So the next one up will be Thunder. I think Thunder might also have left. So if Thunder doesn't check in, we'll move on to Burnt Gem. That's our next one here. I took long enough with silly things early in the stream that I'm not necessarily going to be surprised if some people do have to go, but yeah, Thunder is not listed, so we'll probably pick from the queue for the moment and keep rotating forward. Burnt Gem is here because I said GG. So we'll rotate around a bit and take a look at what you have. I assume you want me to playtest the latest one, which is Flying Mario 2. Let me know if that's not the case. But if you don't specify otherwise, we will try this one. And thank you for offering me first clear on this version, if so. Yeah, pick the one you want. Yeah, we'll just start with the top. Even though it's the sequel to something we have not played. Reached the goal after grabbing all 13 coins. And then momentum was a bit of an issue there. That's... yeah, but we just need one big bounce off that, and we continue forward from there. Okay. And then we should aim for the arrow for that, and it should give us enough to work with, perhaps. And then that's obviously going to be a spin, and then there's going to be a series of low spins to get you over that coin. Yeah. Whoops. Reacted a bit late to that one, but that got us up to 6 coins so far. It was pretty smooth so far. Well, have to adjust a bit around the first jump, of course, but the later bounces line up quite well. And reacted a bit late that time, even though we saw it coming. Well, we should do the big bounce on that. Well, I jump over here, obviously. That's the same point of failure as before. Let's try it again. Yeah, given the arrows, I think the intention definitely was to do 2 bounces at the very start rather than just 1, but as long as the timing lines up, we're okay. As long as the timing lines up for further jumps like that one. Whoops, we don't want to bounce that short on that thwomp. We do need to go over it. I was anticipating that and trying to do the high jump into it. We just slightly missed. Late by 1. Whoops. Shaving that one a little bit too tight. Yeah, we need to switch back to spins, obviously. But that was just a poor impulsive reaction on first reading, which does happen. No, once again. And we're still bouncing a little bit too far, or too long before we hit the sideways trampoline. Yeah, I keep thinking in terms of the standard jump there, even though it's obviously a spin. It's one of those mental blocks sometimes, I think, when you're easily making adjustments. Same here. Pretty obvious what it is that we are supposed to do, but get some wires crossed sometimes. Hang on, let's try it again. Bit late on that one, and the thwomp is going to slam in there on the right, so... Actually, no, because it's going to be a semi-solid. It's going to slam over by the spike, so we do still need to be accurate in terms of timing, because we did fall a bit behind there relative to what we made. Should be bounce, 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 and then up to the door. The door gives you a reset for some reason, so there's just some kind of despawning issue potentially with whatever comes next. Or some kind of one-time interaction that does need to be reset. We'll find out what it is very soon. Yes, okay, so the reason there's a reset here is because you do need to continue on that thwomp and landing on the platform. Whoops, nope. 10 out of 13, 11 out of 13 was right above us. And yeah, it probably is doable smoothly without the door, but since you have that platform landing, it does make sense to make sure the player doesn't get locked. So it's good to know that we have a way of just lining up the timing regardless of how we're doing. Missed. But then, actually, you know what? That is salvageable. It was salvageable. It's not salvageable anymore. But we can still continue and just scout ahead in the level, and then... Yeah, because you actually could have caught that on the bounce back with the lower thwomp. If we missed a coin, that would be what we do, and then we get into the reset door to get the upper thwomp moving. So... it was a salvageable situation, we just didn't demonstrate that very well. And yet we can tell we're close to the end just by the clear condition count. Whoops. And lost a little bit of momentum there. That's an easy fix, in theory. Yeah, I backed off a bit slightly as well. We do need to maintain speed and just keep on going forward, just to keep pace with the thwomp. There is a little bit of flexibility to the bounces sometimes, but not so much that I can make really huge and egregious errors. Like that one. Yeah, but I'm glad it's not tight or anything. You actually do have options as the player when it comes to finding a pocket of timing that does feel comfortable. Kind of tripped over that. Interestingly enough, it seems like we probably could have continued to ride on the bottom swamp. I don't know if we miss a coin for doing that, though. I don't think we do, but I'll have to look at that carefully again. Not that we're going to do that deliberately very often. Just doing that short bounce over the spring. Yeah. Yeah, the short bounce over the spring is actually perfectly fine in terms of clear condition. It's just that it might not really be that easy to execute deliberately, so better to just get up to the top and then remember that a spin jump is still necessary to get out, because obviously that is the thing to do. Fell behind a little bit there. One too many bounces in the wrong place. Yeah, sometimes it just lines up really well. Spin jump. I don't know why I do that to myself, but that just happens. And it's not something where I would want you to put a Z indicator there or something. I actually don't think that would make things any different, because it's just poor reaction on my part to a very obvious cue. I generally don't like too many track indicators anyway. I mean, the first one is there for clarity for people who are just rushing headlong into this, but I feel like the lack of a spin jump in that later position was definitely and consistently my fault. It's not a readability issue. Yeah, so we do that to salvage that. Whoop. Only to fail once again. Was that 9 coins? This is too late. Okay, at least we have a method for that now. That spacing didn't feel great. I didn't feel like I had a good position for leaving that thwomp, which tells me that my bounce positioning is not where I want it to be. I felt like I committed to a bounce pattern that was just not going to go anywhere because of the gap through which we have to exit. Yeah, I didn't mean to trip over that, but obviously, either route is fine over there. And let's not slow down. Yeah, it should be 2 bounces at most, possibly even 1, as we were doing much earlier to great success. Feels much more comfortable that way. Yeah, short bounces all the way over here. Oh, we should have maintained speed here. That's okay, we'll... yeah, just a little bounce over this guy too. get above, but we do need to maintain speed to get back over onto the swamp on the bottom track. We'll just make sure we have full height over there. Nope. Yeah, I'm confident we'll pack up with this one pretty soon and manage to get through it without too much trouble, depending on how that last bounce is going to work. Again, yeah, short bounces all around. Interesting that swamp hitbox relative to the semi-solid. That actually is something we do know, that the spin jump on the swamp takes priority over the semi-solid. Is something that reminds me of a particular level from earlier this year, or late last year by Donkey Mint. It was the kind of puzzle platformer swamp collision level that was really unique. I actually do remember that particular collision quite well. And of course it means that, you know, if we just continue riding things out, we have a perfectly fine position with that swamp that we keep resetting using the door. No. To this place here, we should still go for one jump on the first bounce. I like the spacing much better as long as we don't go too early. Yeah, slow down a bit too much on that bounce. Once again, let's keep the bounces nice and low in number. Oh, it's gonna be too late. I could tell. Sometimes you just have a sense of where things are going. Yeah, definitely, of course, that gives you so many different potential bounce patterns that I'm glad you are getting to see some playtesting, so you can see what the different pockets of timing are going to be, because some of them are definitely much more convenient than others when it comes to actually making sure Mario gets an opportunity to bounce at the right time. Yes, there were definitely a few interactions sometimes. Locations like this one where it does feel like I need a specific timing. Oh, whoops, got reset out of that one because we landed on the semi-solid and got knocked out of the spinning state. Too late. We should have just taken it patiently and reset through the door, because we know that should work consistently. Might be the expectation. The course is tuned around for anybody who's not trying to grab the speed record. Nope, too late on that one. One too many bounces before the spring. It doesn't obviously kill you right away, but it does effectively kill you when you bounce that badly. Okay, let's reset it. Nope, bit out of position there. I could tell I was behind pace long before it was actually demonstrated. Yeah, sometimes I have this tendency to adjust backwards a little bit, and momentum-wise is a pretty bad idea when you're trying to keep pace with the forward thwomp. In some ways deceptively simple, and then we are managing to get ourselves in trouble anyway. Sometimes there are opportunities to get back on pace just by spinning nice and low. Okay, let's do it. Here we go. Yeah, just one little adjustment. Make sure we're only doing sequences of 2 bounces when we go right after the door. So thank you so much for GG and for the level, and for offering me first clear. We made a bit of a mess along the way, but we did make it. And yeah, thanks for submitting. Okay, second and final call for Squinks. Return to the queue. Ew, Squinks seems to have dropped off asleep, as some people do sometimes, to the sound of my voice. Then we will move on to Dank Rice and an Ape Taster. So we're removed for the time being. I did tell Squink that, if we had time at the end, we'd probably try to grind away at the Kaizo music level anyway, but for the time being, let's prioritize people who are present. Dank Rice, if you are still here, please check in. I do see you on the list. And we might rotate back one spot. I'll see what the level is just to see what's going on with it, because if Ape Taster's level is a puzzle, it makes more sense to finish on it in case we want to take particularly long. Oh, Bean Burrito, and it's left, right, and all that. Desert Bus. Yep, that's what it is. Third check only a minute 20 though. Well, if we see Dank Rice check in, we'll play it. And we actually will play it. But since we don't have a check-in, you know what, I was just checking to see if maybe it's something that we can get done with, nice and quickly, but maybe it is. But let's actually do Ape Taster first. I know you're here because you just said GG. And we'll see what you have for me today. And when we finish really early, then we'll have time to reopen for some more, or just grind away at Squink's level from earlier. Prisoner of War. Rescue Yoshi from the evil Bumper's lair. Small hint in the comments. This is from July. Which is why I wouldn't have caught up on it, because I was deep in Tears of the Kingdom at the time. Let's see it. I haven't done a puzzle in so long in this game, and I used to do puzzle streams very regularly. Okay, reach goal while riding Yoshi. What's up here? 3 1-ups for Endless. Alright, so we need to get Yoshi out of the adjoining room. Let's see if we can do it. Okay, so to get Yoshi out of here, presumably we need to raise the POW with some interaction, and the P-switch would allow me to potentially well, we can't do much with a sliding state, but we can see what's up here. Interesting. I think that's mostly here. Oh, okay. This tells you something about the initial spawn position, because as you're going down, if this is in the vertical world, which it must be because it's in the subworld, then you're actually playing with the loading logic here, such that if you're going down first, Yoshi is loading before the POW and dropping into position, and then the POW is landing on top because of the overlap. Which makes this obtainable. If it is obtainable, every time you return to this room using the POW, you have Yoshi spawn by himself, which means that it would be possible to... Well, first of all, let's use the POW. Because the one-way panel is here, using the POW here would have let you walk across. Walking across allows you to obtain a P. Obtaining the P allows you to open up Yoshi, except this looks like it might be one-way panel here. And of course, having the POW in that position now, we would need to fish it back out if we need it. Like this. Blocks of P, yes, that's exactly what it is. Interestingly enough, POW block would, and indeed the P as well, would potentially allow you to exit this room and re-enter. So we can think about whether it makes sense to do a new respawn into this room with one of these objects removed. For example, if the POW is sitting on top of Yoshi, or sorry, if you respawn into this room and Yoshi is sitting on top of the POW, if you've already obtained a P switch, then you're able to hit the P while Yoshi is on top. And what would that do for you? Not much that I can tell, but you know what? We're going to try it because this is worth trying. Because if I'm correct, Yoshi is going to spawn on top of the POW. And if we hit the P switch... One thing I don't know about yet is that icicle, actually. Because maybe we're supposed to get Yoshi into some kind of... So the thing is, you need to eventually exit out of here anyway. You would eventually need to stand on top of a P or a POW to get Yoshi through the pipe. And so one object does have to remain alive at the end of this puzzle, even when you do obtain Yoshi. I also wonder if there's an object push that... Oh! That was actually surprising. I didn't expect that to work. And this is NSMB, so I actually should have snatched a POW before this happened. Whoops. Because now I can't get out. Yeah, because obviously Yoshi isn't going to take anything here. How do you get him in a running state? Ding dong. But why? You want him to do that? Well, I mean, we're able to reset into this room using the pipe and then perhaps grab the P-switch there, but of course I don't want to accidentally see a hint, which is... Actually, yeah, this probably is not a significant hit, but we're going to redo anyway. And we'll check it afterwards, of course, just to see what it communicates, but I'm deliberately trying to solve as much as I can first. I believe we were told that that is the hit pipe, and so... Yeah, this was kind of a unique interaction that the, well... Yeah, because in order to grab the POW, we actually... Oh, the blue pipe is a reset, the hint isn't common. Okay, then the reset does work. How did I not realize that we could just bounce into Yoshi earlier? Anyway, we can't do that though because we do need to grab the POW first to grab the P. Okay. Then Yoshi just grabs the POW, right? And then we... Oh, wait a minute. NSMB, you can't actually soft drop, can you? I'm trying to remember because I think in New Soup you actually can't soft drop objects using Yoshi, which is a complication I very often forget about. But basically we want to grab the POW again, we want to exit. Is that it? Exit holding the P rather. That's potentially okay. Let me think about this. Just thinking about where you could potentially drop the POW from Yoshi while keeping it. I'll have to think about that. And that icicle tells me that there's going to be some kind of Yoshi running interaction involved in some fashion. Even though maybe I'm preconditioned to think that because I've also played other Cape Taster puzzles that have a damaged and running Yoshi as part of the solution, so maybe I'm just naturally inclined to think about it. Notice too that if you have Yoshi running, we need to move him into a particular position. Well, we'll see. Let's do this first. Let's get the P out of here, the way we did previously. Bring it back in. Yeah, because Yoshi can't actually soft drop. So we need to do something else with the POW block in order to have something to stand on. Get out of here. Let's take a look at the reset mechanism. There's a POW. Okay, the reset mechanism doesn't force you to drop anything, it actually just resets the room, which is fine because it means we could have just reset back in here in the first place with the P instead of taking it up the step with the POW upstairs. Although, of course, we'll eventually need to do that to get Yoshi out. However, if we activate a P in the other room, come back in here with the P switch already activated, then that should give me a second P switch to potentially work with. But then it would still need Yoshi to grab the POW. Wouldn't you? Let me think. If you activate a P switch, you come in here, you get... But if you have a P switch active, and then you have Yoshi and the POW spawning together, then you know that when you come down to top, POW gets displaced to the left and becomes obtainable. So let's say you have the P switch already active, but you don't need that. Basically, you need to get out of here with the POW tagged while having Yoshi be accessible, which I'd have to think about. Let's think about it. Let's see. Yeah, so one thing we don't know how to work in here yet is damage state, but I think that maybe it was the damage state that affects something you can do to reposition Yoshi. And basically fall back into respawn items in a slightly different state. Let me take a look at the running pattern first of all on Yoshi, just to see what's going to be. Yeah, because he walks over right away and then he falls into that trap here. But if you have something blocking that position, that's not an issue. So we can get Yoshi to run. I feel like the P-switch activation in the other room is the thing we should be looking at, but we'll look down here. So you got Yoshi in a running state. This, for some reason, is deliberately slowing you down. No, that's just part of the thing that makes Yoshi get into the running state down here. Potentially there's a reason why you might want Yoshi to be running around down here. Basically you want a state where you want Yoshi and a Pow to be available, or Yoshi and a P to be available. But so far it looks like we need the Pow to get the P, because that's what gets you through here. Yeah, let's start over. And let's redo the order slightly. Yeah, you can grab Yoshi at any time, but you do want to leave him there to get the Pow initially. So respawn everything in order. This places the Pow. Let's grab the P. And you can, you can grab the Pow again. You can also reset into this room using the P. Just thinking about what else we might want to do to manipulate the Yoshi spawn. Because let's say I load into P, I leave it on the ground over here, and then because we know that the Pow spawns in an upper position and drops in, maybe we actually leave a P-switch in here. And then repeat the interaction. Let's first of all grab the Pow, get out, and take a look at this. Can you say what you're thinking? And Triske, yeah, welcome. Yeah, you can tell me what you're thinking. I'm thinking potentially of dropping a P into this slot here and then doing the scroll. But what I'm also thinking of doing is activating the P on the other side and then coming back in, which we're about to see how that goes. Let's see what the spawn looks like. What happens if you leave Yoshi in the left corner and ride the donut down? I think I'd seen that already. Ride the donut down. Like this donut? Then you overlap. which is potentially interesting. That is actually interesting because it tells you something about how this is going to work too, doesn't it? That you ride a donut down and then potentially a hitbox difference. The other thing too is if you're riding Yoshi across here, across the one-way panel. Oh, nope, then you get stuck as soon as you duck. And then we also can't really do much with the Yoshi push. However, you can always get out if you want. You can't spin out because the one-way panel prevents you from doing so, but it's possible to get on this way. And you can squish out this way. Not that it would be too helpful, because, well, I mean, it would be helpful if you're able to use the P as your exit platform instead of the POW. This may take some thinking. Yeah, you can reobtain Yoshi at any point given that interaction. Now, I guess the thing about the Yoshi overlap on the left side is I still don't know how that would be useful. Potentially, though, a Yoshi who is in a running state in the bottom layer might be able to affect something in an interesting way. Like if you open up the P and then have Yoshi running around the bottom, then is there potentially some kind of displacement of the POW that's going to happen if you were to go up and spawn the POW back in? Like if you hit the P switch, I think what we actually need to do is hang on, let's buy some time here. Supernova, welcome. Supernova, I see that you've been busy, incidentally. Okay, same interactions before. Let's grab POW first and go POW to P. We know how to do the POW to P trade. Also, your falling speed does change the spawn position sometimes quite a bit. I'm trying to reverse engineer what the initial starting position of Yoshi and the POW must be, such that... Yeah, no, because you're scrolling from up top, what's happening is that Yoshi is spawning first and falling, and then the POW spawns. When I come through the green pipe... You know what, there's an easy way to check this. There's an easy way to check this, which is... Let's go through the reset pipe and let's watch Yoshi and the POW very carefully to see what their initial position is. This is the only interaction that will give us a view of the first position. Supernova, I see that you've been busily uploading. Okay, so you can see. You can see what the interaction is here. That Yoshi spawns on the third tile. POW spawns on the second tile. This seems really important because it means that if you do something like leave a P switch on the bottom, then maybe there's some potential here. First time ever you uploaded 2 levels in one day. Congratulations. Yeah, so Yoshi spawns on the third tile. POW spawns on the second tile. So when you scroll down, Yoshi falls first, and the POW falls on top of him. Now, how can we manipulate that using something that opens up for us when we have P-switch available? Well, the first thing that comes to mind is if we're able to grab like if we're able to slot something in over here, to occupy the bottom tile. Then maybe we have something, but yeah, we have to somehow take advantage of the fact that the POW spawns on the second tile, so I wonder if there's a way we can get it out when Yoshi's not available. But yeah, regardless, let's start it over and... Oh, we don't need to start it over, I'm just buying time on a timer, but... You probably would have added a level to the queue, but you were busy playing Phasmophobia, yeah. I actually don't know anything about Phasmophobia except that it was kind of a trending October game one year or another. I've never played it myself, I just occasionally see it as a Twitch category to gain some traction. Particularly around October because people have superstitions about it. Okay, so there are a couple of interactions that we don't really know how to use yet. I mean, the icicle is almost certainly there to get Yoshi in a running state, but we don't know what the running state is useful for yet. It's something to do with the bottom layer and the fact that if you have Yoshi in a running state over here, Donut Block might actually be able to get you on top of him. I don't see necessarily why that would be useful just yet, but we'll find out. We know we have access to the P and the POW at this point. We also know that we can despawn. You know what? If Yoshi is out of this gap, we can just toss the P in. Like, if we just empty this gap and make sure both POW and the P are out of the way. And what we should actually do is take a P-switch. No, hang on. Maybe trap Yoshi in a running state, but then if we trap Yoshi in a running state, then we want to throw a P into this position, then go up, then come back down. The POW will then spawn on top of a P. Then is it reachable? Reachable by Mario. Maybe. Because it would be on the top tile. Okay, so this is what we want to do. We want to get Yoshi out of there. We want to trap Yoshi in a location where he'll be reobtainable. But then we want to have a P-switch available to toss in after getting the POW out. That would mean that we need to come back in a situation where the POW is already available. Let me see. Basically, if you go up at this point, Yoshi would respawn in, right? So why don't we just toss the P over here? Except this would despawn the POW, wouldn't it? And then that wouldn't help. And this would respawn to P as well because we're out of range and it would despawn it. But we don't need to go that high. We need to go high enough to maybe despawn the P and then... Anyway, we basically reset the whole thing. We need to think very hard about the despawn ranges. All of this, because yeah, P just bounces off of you. Whoops, no, didn't mean to do that. I wonder if we could use the P blocks to destroy something. And that would be a relevant interaction here when it comes to everything's reloaded back in. Let's go for P-switch once again. We'll try a couple of different configurations. Are you saying Phasmophobia has a puzzle aspect to it? Interesting. If so, I really have no concept whatsoever about that game, so... Bonus location. Oh, one thing to check. Does the POW despawn if you go up top? Or is it just within range? It is just within range. But if the P is too far down, then it despawns and then respawns in this position. So basically, I want a P-switch. Up here. And Yoshi just drops immediately into that position. Basically, I want things to be able to respawn on me with... I mean, if Yoshi's grabbing a P, that might be fine too, because at least a P doesn't detonate, and so if the P is the exit platform, that would work. Then we'd need to think about how to do a bit of a swap. We know how to grab Yoshi so long as Yoshi is spawning on top of the... Oh, you think you see a way to cheese it? Yeah, well... Not even so much of a matter of style, but of whether it's possible to execute it. Interestingly enough, depending on the despawn range, I think it's possible to do something like a P and POW stack where you maybe despawn one of them, not the other one. If you have it in exactly the right column. So yeah, basically, the thing we're looking at is that Yoshi egg spawns on the third tile, POW spawns on the second tile. Thinking about how to displace them both. I really feel like it's strongly suggesting that the Yoshi damage state is going to be relevant, we just don't know how. But we need to come back into this room with Yoshi spawning on top of the POW in order to grab him anyway. Unless we do some kind of object push with him once a P-switch has already been activated, which is possible. Basically, we would come in, you would have POW and P, and then... I feel like we need to hit P-switch and then despawn... Anything else? Let's see, because let's say we bring the P-switch back here intact, then we're in a state where we have access to the P-switch because we've fished it out, but we don't need to remove POW to get it. Then we have Yoshi plus P. I feel like I've just massively overcomplicated this for myself. Maybe we'll see what the limitation is. Because let's say we come back here with a P. P is basically outside, and that's going to be progress. P for progress. We try not to activate a P by mistake. We then place P over here. Well, first of all, we have Yoshi plus P. That's a pretty clear signal to me, too, that landing on top of the piece, which will not get you through the pipe the way that would get you through a door. We do need to POW here. I'm gonna test it just to prove it. But yeah, you can't actually exit P. Didn't think so. But supposing you get Yoshi in a damaged state. Let's take a look at the spawn position. Yeah, because if Yoshi's in a damaged state, he's not going to despawn. If Yoshi is not in a damaged state. Well, no, I mean, he's still there because he's alive and well. Because, yeah, if Yoshi is kind of in an initial position where basically Yoshi doesn't despawn here. So that's why he's dropping below this POW block spawning position when we come back down. What this implies to me... Well, first of all, we need to do something with the EP switch again. So anyway, we know a couple of things, and we should repeat the interactions just to make sure we have a state. So it is going to be Yoshi plus POW to get out of here. That you need to POW as the platform. And to do that, well, I mean, it is a form of progress to come back in here with a P-switch that has not been activated, because then we have the flexibility to swap the Yoshi and POW positions. But right now, we're doing okay with having P and POW at the same time. We can switch over to having Yoshi and P at the same time. Having Yoshi and P at the same time, how does that allow you to fish out to POW? Given that if you drop the P into the right side position... You know what? Oh, this is something important to check. Let's... first of all, grab the POW. Just remembered something that we really do want to check. Because I think I am correct about it. Let's say you get Yoshi in a running state. Then potentially, if I'm not mistaken, he does a delayed interaction with E. Let's take a look at the... Whoop, no, we don't want to do that. That was a mistake. Hang on. I'm thinking of using the icicle to have a delayed Yoshi run down to a P activation in the bottom corner. I don't know what that does for me when it comes to getting the POW, but it might potentially buy time for me to play with the spawning here. Now, why would we want to do that? Well... see what happens. So first of all, we reverse with the P to make sure we bring it back in. It's possible to do here too, actually, because there's no item check that I can see. Ideally, we have a P dropping on the right side here, and it is not be much of an issue. So, F. Belmont, welcome. That alert sound is working at least. For some reason, the full one was dead. On my end, anyway. Hope Omori has been treating you well. Okay, so Yoshi is able to drop this down here. Now suppose we... Whoops, come over here and get hit. And when Yoshi goes down, does he do a P activation? No, he doesn't. Didn't think so. But it was worth a try just to see. I didn't think so, but this leads to some interesting questions, which is... Oops. Nope. Hang on. Let's do it again. But potentially he's able to preserve a P in his mouth if we do that. So the idea is that we want to get everybody out and available if we can. Yeah, it resets the P in position, but then Yoshi maintains that position over there. Let's try to do the donut block drop. Yeah, it does overlap. Which is an interesting interaction that we don't actually see that often in itself. I don't know if that'll be part of the solution, but the donut blocks do look suspicious. So Yoshi is in a state. Let's say we have a P activation that allows him to run over here. Because here's what I'm thinking. You want Yoshi in a running state, but you want him to be trapped. If he's trapped in a running state over here, then you get to go up and back down, and then the POW bounces off Yoshi, and you're able to obtain him. At that point, if you're able to activate an additional P-switch, then Yoshi runs back out. But Yoshi doesn't... So basically, as long as this column is clear, so if the POW has already been removed, then a damaged Yoshi is just able to run into that location. Okay, no, this is simple. This is simple. I think I have it. You just get a running Yoshi to replace the stationary Yoshi's position over there. And Yoshi can just drop in here, so you don't even need to do anything that special, apart from making sure that he is able to run. And here's the issue. That damaged Yoshi would actually need to run over here and drop into the middle passage, which is okay. We know how to do that. We actually do know how to do that. Let's do a bit of a swap first. Basically, the damaged Yoshi needs to run over here, onto this donut block, back and over this, and then drop in here, and then occupy the location into the bottom right. Get trapped by the P blocks with a P switch still available at the time to be activated. We know how to do it. The thing we will do is respawn into this room as before with the P switch available, or... No, what we do is we use the P switch here. No, we need to get rid of the POW to do this. Let me see. We want the P to not despawn. We now grab the POW. At this point, we come back. Oh, this actually didn't progress anything because we... Yeah, no, I got a bit tangled up here because I know what I'm going for. I want running Yoshi to be trapped in the bottom right. I need running Yoshi to go over probably the P-switch, just kind of bracing way to the right. That means we need the P-switch available when we swap in, which we can do. But we also need Yoshi to not land on top of the POW and run back on the right side. That's it all clear. So let's grab the P-switch once again and get in and out. Basically, we need Yoshi down here in a damaged state, and then we need a P to be available. I wonder too if the right thing to do at that point. Well, let's do it. Let's swap back. I know what I'm going for, I just haven't quite looked at how to set it up yet. Because supposing that you get Yoshi to kind of fish out a POW. Get him to run around. No, because the reason you want him to run around down here is so he can bounce a POW out when you respawn him. Which means we do need to get the POW out of here as well. But let me just test to make sure do the interaction I'm thinking of. Because here's what's going to happen. We're going to run Yoshi over with the POW having been spawned from range. And that would mean that we have to move the camera such that the POW is not coming back just yet. Oops, that's gonna be tricky because we're absolutely in range for the POW to spawn. Okay. I want to despawn or move the POW. Maybe even have Yoshi run over to POW, but no, I mean that's obviously not going to be the case because if we get Yoshi and POW out in the first place, that means we can just get out of the level. So it's always going to be Yoshi running over to P. Then do a little bit of pushing here. But we need to basically get rid of that POW. Get rid of that POW using one P-switch. If we spawn back into this room with the P active, we grab Yoshi. But then... Hang on, let's go up. Nope. Go. No. We should duck into this. Jump over Yoshi. Over here. No, no, no. Mistake. Just wanted to bring him over the icicle. So the objective we're going for is we want damaged Yoshi to run around in the bottom right corner. And then we go up the vine and then down the vine and we spawn the POW on top of the running Yoshi. Then we grab the POW like this. It's going to bounce off of a running Yoshi. And then we hit a P-switch to get Yoshi to run out of there. So that's the objective that we're going for. So in order to reach that state, what we need is to guarantee that a running Yoshi is able to get into the bottom right slot without the POW obstructing him that position. One thing we could do is maybe drop a P in there. And then I would despawn them. I would despawn the P before it despawns Yoshi. But anyway, we need access to the P. Sure. So we need to get Yoshi into a running state in such a way that he doesn't just run back out by having walked on top of the POW. So we need to despawn the POW when that happens. One thing we could do is just... No, because we need a POW to be able to respawn back in, so... Get Yoshi into running state. Well, obviously we need to get Yoshi put up there. So let's drop the POW for a moment. Yeah, when we scroll down, we get the POW available. This brings us back to the state that we were just in, so that's no difference. But spawn back in this way. I still think there's some potential to activating the P and then coming in with one P switch available, but let's experiment a little bit with the damage state, just so we know what our limitations are. Because we need to get rid of the POW, basically. We need to hopefully manipulate camera positioning in such a way that POW yeah, what we should do for height check reasons is leave Yoshi over here. It's possible to ride him just by, well, not by that, but I can bounce him a little bit, not really. Or just drop him down for a moment. Move the P, drop him down. Fix this position. Oh, whoops, didn't mean to do that. Okay, let's say we go up. But when we come down to POW, implicitly has respawned at this point, if it's within 3 tiles. However, I see Donut Block on the right side. We can count tiles from that. POW spawns on tile 2 there. Maybe it hasn't yet respawned at this point. Oh, I didn't account for this. That the P switch actually does need to be on the right side for Yoshi to drop down correctly. However, that can be fixed. What you do is you just dump the P switch, I guess. Hang on. You maintain Yoshi in a state over there. That's okay, because if we drop the P switch, then we actually have the opportunity to get it back along that wall. I already see a conceptual problem with this, though, which is that we need to activate the P switch after the POW spawn. So this should put the P switch back in its original spawning position. That should knock Yoshi down. The problem is getting across here now. Because, yeah, Yoshi displaces Tapao. Good. Oh, no, no, we got it, Because Tapao gets us to P, we get all 3 items out. Okay, that is the solution. That is the solution. Yeah, the thing that was the crucial step here was actually despawning to P to get back on that wall. That's actually the trick. And then restoring it like this. At this point, we're able to get everything. And then Yoshi gets conveniently trapped over there. Let's not accidentally kill him. Let's move the Tapao into position, and then we've completed a level. Okay. So... how tight is the speed record, incidentally? 1 minute 47. I wonder if we can beat that. We should be able to. It's... if we know what we're doing. I mean, it won't be particularly tight, but... yeah, if we know what we're doing, it may be possible to... I mean, it's not really going to be a record that holds, because I'm sure any kind of reasonable playtester would clear it from there, but... let's try to maybe snap up the record anyway. I need to plan out a route a little bit, so we might have to retry here and there. And thank you for the GG, it's a great puzzle. Wait, what's the order again? The order is going to be... first of all, getting E-switch out. Then getting... okay, let's route it first. Let's just find the most efficient way to do it. Go up. And probably even ground pound back down or something. You grab the POW. Grab the P-switch. Then respawn back in this way. Which restores access to Yoshi. Yoshi can then just do a spit over here. And then, yeah, you don't actually need to mess around with despawning things too much, because Yoshi will be trapped over here anyway. Then you just drop the P. Don't even need to drop it this low necessarily. Don't even need to go this high necessarily. Yoshi comes down. Oh, yeah, this is not tight at all, the current record. Stop. Get the POW in position. Yeah, I'm not going to try to optimize it. We'll take the record if it's available. 100 seconds, that should be it. By at least some small margin. There we go. Obviously can be significantly improved, and especially if you're precise about knowing what your spawn ranges and despawn ranges are going to be. But we'll hold it for the time being until somebody wants to take it away. Their check time is 57 seconds, so yeah, obviously lots of improvement. So yeah, a lot of the usual suspects in the clear list. We will check to see if Dankrice is still here, because we missed that earlier. But other than that, we'll probably finish for today. I'll wait for check-in just to see. But I think this is a good time to stop, as we usually try to target about 4 hours anyway, and we're pretty much right on target today. But yeah, great way to finish. I don't know how much more we have to catch up on from the recent puzzles. Quite a few, actually. It's been a while since I've played one of yours, Perpetual Motion, which won the contest last year. Followed by some Troller Coasters, Shooter level, and Yeah, the thumbnail art here tells me something about your use of entities in the main space. Oh, this would be in the subworld anyway, I guess. Anyway. Yeah, I could not... I remember I beat the original one with some effort, and then I think I looked at the low get puzzle in the D-cheese form and realized immediately that my original solution wouldn't work. I don't remember specifically what I did, but it took me a while to figure out. Even its original form. Anyway, thank you so much for submitting. I think we will close here today since we don't have a check-in from Dagrice. And we will be back for more next week. This week we'll be continuing what we've been doing lately and trying to catch up on some of my smaller and more obscure backlog in the time between now and Super Mario Wonder. So it won't be that heavy on Mario Maker, but it will be heavy on a lot of other games and also occasionally just a post-game hangout and some other things we might have already cleared. So that's going to be the plan. For anybody who wants to keep up with our scheduling announcements week to week, we do have them on the Discord that is associated with this channel. Thank you once again for all the submissions and for all the new follows today. And we are going to ask you folks on to somebody else who may be streaming. So, thanks so much once again. And we'll move on. We'll probably do some additional backlog slash catch-up stream in Mario Maker fairly soon as well, because I want to get through a lot of other recent creations that we didn't manage to fit in the queue before Mario Wonder comes out. But we'll see if we can fit that in somehow, because I've got many plans. Yeah, Kavik, I have watched a little bit of Lies of P. I actually hadn't even heard of it until it blew up on Twitch a few weeks ago, which tells you how completely out of it I am when it comes to Souls games. Welcome, by the way, Kavik. It's been quite a while. We're just wrapping up now, actually. We were just about to raid somebody else. And I'm just figuring out who that's going to be. But yeah, we just finished Cereza and the Lost Demon this week, and it is fantastic. It was a much bigger and in many ways more interesting game than I expected going in. And we're going to be doing some other little things here and there between now and Wonder. Like I said, one of the things I want to do is the e-reader levels in Super Mario Advance 4. We still haven't gotten to those, and this would be a good time to fit those in. So, anyway, we'll talk more about that in due course. But for now, and yeah, we can continue chatting in Discord, etc. with any of you. And because I'll be kind of hanging around offline a little bit longer. For now, though, thanks so much for watching. You folks all have a great day and a great weekend as well. Kavik, you've been playing game after game of greatness. Yeah, that's been my year as well. I've been overstuffed, and there is so much more to get to. It's like 2017 all over again, where it's actually going to take me many years to get through the good games just from this year. It's exactly like that kind of experience, because like I feel like I'm still living in the wake of 2017, and then 2023 just hits us with everything. Anyway, I would love to hear about what you've been playing, but we'll talk about that in a little bit, I guess. So glad to see you here. Come in right at the end, and we'll pass you folks on for a ride. Have a great day ahead of you. Have a wonderful time in the years ahead as well, as we clear more and more backlog. And as always, fare thee well.